All right, everybody. Thanks so much for coming and joining us on our almost regular council meeting. It's a little bit special for November 19th, 2025. And I'd like to start by respectfully acknowledging that the land on which we're gathered is the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. And I just want to welcome everybody. For those that are watching this live stream, we have a full gallery here today of people that have come to celebrate one of our community's brightest stars. It's my great pleasure to formally present the Freedom of the City, Courtenay's highest honor, to someone who truly represents the best in our community, Brian Fuzz Morissette. Fuzz has been a part of the heart and soul of the Courtenay for over 50 years. He's a volunteer, a musician, an organizer, and most importantly, a friend to so many. Since 2013, he's helped coordinate the Sims Summer Concerts, supporting musicians of all ages and helping make Courtenay's art scene vibrant, inclusive, and full of life. He's also the longing serving volunteer for the Comox Valley Child Development Association Telethon, contributing to all 50 of their annual telethons to help raise millions of dollars for children, youth, and adults with diverse abilities. And of course, his dedication shines through every Canada Day celebration, where he spent decades behind the scenes, co-managing stage performances and helping create events that bring our community together year after year. What stands out about Fuzz isn't just about what he's done, it's how he's done it. He gives freely, he leads with humility, and brings out the best in others. He's a mentor to many, a steady hand in every project, and a friend to all that he crosses paths with. Through his generosity, kindness, and quiet leadership, Fuzz has strengthened the fabric of our community, and in ways both seen and unseen. He embodies what it means to serve, not for recognition, but for love of community. And Fuzz, I'll have you come up to the podium and I'll present the certificate. Sorry, it took me longer to get up here. You guys did a great job of extending the clap. Did you train them on that? Yeah. Thank you so much. Fuzz, on behalf of Courtenay Council and the residents of our city, thank you. You've given so much of yourself to help Courtenay be a better place, and we are all better for it. It is my great honor to present you with the Freedom of the City in recognition of your outstanding and enduring contributions to our community. Please join me in congratulating Brian Fuzz Morissette on this well-deserved honor.
Thank you.
Now you can just put it on you or
I'll just
take it home.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just as a reminder, we are planning on about an 8-hour council meeting this evening. So for those of you who would like to sneak away now, we really appreciate everybody coming early so that we could have that celebration. And Fuzz did say he was not excited about making a speech. So thank you.
Thank you.
Go back to here. We do not need to leave this.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, you can. You can. Okay. Gotcha. I need to steal it.
Yep. Thanks so much. And Yes, absolutely. And I just want to take a moment, I mean, we spent the time to congratulate Fuzz, who's done such an amazing job, but also want to thank all those who stepped up to nominate Fuzz and all those that came out today to celebrate. I really appreciate it. We do have an introduction of a late item, and maybe I'll pass it over to Councillor Hillian. If you're ready, it's just the introduction of the late item, and then we'll likely bring it back. Sorry, I know we're switching gears.
I'll move that the item with regards to hospice service cuts be added to the agenda for tonight.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? And motion carries. Thank you for that. And we'll move into our adoption of minutes for November 5th. All right, any errors or omissions? Seeing none, we'll accept the minutes as presented. And we did item 4.1 already. I may have jumped the gun on that. And we'll jump into 4.2, the regional growth strategy, RGS minor amendment process. And we have a presentation. All right. And I see Alana. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mayor Wells. We've pivoted a little. Brian is here, but he's not going to offer the presentation tonight. So thanks very much, Council, for having us here. I know most of you, but my name is Alana Mullally, and I'm the General Manager of Planning and Development Services with the CBRD, and the Regional Growth Strategy is one of the things that is within my portfolio.
Is it not clicking? Oh.
Right. So we had, oh yeah, it's a different presentation. We had planned a slightly different presentation for you today. So I'm good. There's going to be slides here and you're going to see those and you'll read some content and you're going to hear me speaking and the words coming out of my mouth are going to be different than what's on the slide. But I hope you can bear with me. My colleagues, Brian Chow and Robin Holm are here tonight. They were going to talk to you a little bit about the substance of the RGS amendment that we're working on and have been working on with the board over the last couple of years and talk about some next steps. However, a report was added to your agenda today that added by your staff entitled RGS Amendment Referral and Opportunities to Decrease Barriers to Engagement and Collaboration. My CEO brought this to my attention this afternoon. And so I'd like to use this, these 10 minutes of my time slot with you to briefly highlight the 2-year engagement process that your staff has participated in via the RGS Technical Advisory Committee. Briefly review the minor amendment process. This isn't something that we do very often. In fact, we've done it once in 2018. So it's fresh and it's likely not at top of mind. And then I would like to talk to you a little bit about what you're being asked to do, both now and what you might expect over the next couple of months. Do we have the timeline in this one, Brian? Let's just flip around and we'll see. Okay. Yep, I'm going to get to this in a minute. Okay. So the process was kickstarted, the RGS amendment process, this was kickstarted with a scoping exercise. This scoping occurred over the course of about a year. We held facilitated discussions with municipal planning and engineering staff to identify possible scope for an RGS amendment. And ultimately, we landed on a recommendation to the board that the board initiate a minor amendment process to make some very targeted updates to the RGS bylaw. And we suggested to the board that we felt we should continue to focus the direction or the focus of the service, pardon me, on implementation items. So the board went through the process of initiating an amendment. This is a little bit different from an OCP or a zoning bylaw. So just bear with me here, and confirmed the TAC and steering committee's recommendation that a minor amendment process be used, given the very minor nature of the scope changes. And so this was back in March of 2023, and you all remember what happened in April of 23 when we received the provincial housing legislation. So this slowed down our work a little bit. your staff, other municipal staff, and us were very much focused on the changes that were being introduced at the provincial level. And so our timeline got a little bit drawn out. However, we brought this back in front of the board in March of 2025. The board reconfirmed the scope of the proposed amendment and approved a consultation plan. And in May, we reconvened as a technical advisory committee. We reviewed the draft language that Brian, Robin, and I and others had prepared to support the targeted review. And we pitched that to the technical advisory committee members. And in July of this year, we received feedback, very detailed feedback from your staff, which was very helpful. All of the comments that were within the scope of the RGS amendment were included in what you see or you will see when it comes as a bylaw on December 9th to the board. There were other comments flagged by staff, pieces that fell outside of the minor amendment scope that we suggested, these are really good pieces and we're going to park them until the next standard review of the RGS, which we anticipate we'll be having these conversations with the board in the coming months over the course of 26, but we anticipate we could be in standard review mode in 2027, depending how the board assesses our recommendations. So we incorporated that feedback from city staff, which I said was very helpful. And in September, we held a joint technical advisory committee and steering committee. So just for clarity, this is the planning directors of the 4 jurisdictions plus the CAOs. And at that meeting, we talked about how would each council best want to receive, or how did staff anticipate council would want to receive information about the amendment before we hit the readings process. And it was determined that each council would receive a presentation from us about the content of the proposed amendment. And city staff identified that November 19th was the day. And so that's why we're here today. Now I want to talk about the notice that was sent to you. So on November the 7th, and this is where I'll just ask you to bear with me without the assistance of a slide to kind of walk through these details. When you do an OCP amendment or a zoning amendment, you'll know you don't have to give notice to affected local governments. You don't have affected local governments, but so there's no notice period required indicating that you have an intention to pass first reading of a bylaw or approve first reading of a bylaw. The RGS is different. The legislation is different. And the RGS legislation says that a regional district that is intending to give first reading to an amending bylaw must give 30 days notice to affected local governments. And so you received that from us on November 7th. To be clear, we don't have a bylaw yet, right? There's no formal referral. There's nothing for councils or affected local governments to comment on because we don't have a bylaw. We don't have a bylaw until first reading. So on November 7th, we gave you that notice, let you know that the board, we would be asking the board to consider first reading of an amendment bylaw on December the 9th. Now, in the notice that we provided, there is a line that conflates, I would suggest, or is confusing about the difference between a notice period and a comment period. Because in that November 7th, we ask you to provide comments by December 8th. And that is probably very unclear. So on November 10th, we sent a clarifying email to staff to confirm that what we were providing was notice of first reading and that staff or council can provide comments on the actual amending bylaw up until the close of the public hearing, or if the board opts not to have a public hearing, up until third reading. And this will be familiar to you because this is what you're going through right now with your OCP, where you referred it to CBRD. You've asked us to provide comment within your formal referral period, and we will do that. Incidentally, we're aiming to get that on for you December 9th so you can meet your legislative timeline on your OCP approval. So what does that mean for tonight? It doesn't mean anything for tonight. The only reason we're here tonight is we were going to just provide you what's, some information about what's in that amendment. We are going on December 9th to the board with that proposed bylaw. We will be asking the board to consider granting it first reading, and we'll be asking them whether or not they want to host a public hearing. A public hearing for a minor RDS amendment is optional. Staff will be recommending that the board do host a public hearing. And that is the point, and this will be familiar to you from your OCP and zoning processes, when formal commenting from agencies and local governments really kickstart, because that's when you have something to comment on. We'll be asking you to comment on the bylaw, and we'll get there. So depending what happens on December 9th, we may, on December 10th, have a bylaw to send to your staff, which you will then determine or advise them how you want to provide comments, either at the staff level or through yourselves at the council level. We will take all of that feedback that we get up until the close, as I said, of the public hearing or third reading, if there is no public hearing, and that will be considered by the board before you are then formally, before then we're actually in the adoption process. So I hope that's clear. I apologize if the language of our notice letter conflated the two, notice versus referral or comment, but this was a 30-day notice period of an intention to give first reading. The door has absolutely not closed on you to provide any comments. I thought that we had made that clear in our follow-up email, but perhaps we did not, given the report that's on your agenda tonight. So I apologize. Happy to answer any questions about the process, what you might expect, and our timeline. I maybe have a couple of minutes.
Well, and questions can go forever. So,
Okay.
but if you want to keep speaking,
Well, I thought maybe I'd dig in a little bit to why we're here, and the relevance on this slide. But
depending which clock
entirely
you
up to
look at,
Mr.
you
Mayor.
have
Yeah.
potentially 2 minutes.
Okay. So let's just talk about what's in this. I keep hitting my computer, but it's this. Why are we doing this? I think you're all familiar with that. We've been through this fairly lengthy process, targeted and minor amendments, or what is proposed. There's clear distinctions in the legislation between a minor review process and a standard review process, and different consultation and acceptance requirements. So the substance of this amendment, we're updating population and jobs projections based on current BC stats. We've updated some of the map boundaries based on expansion into municipal boundaries and some ALR boundary changes. We have updated the language around Comox's treaty process. So all of the language in there, as you know, is back from where we were in 2011, and things are substantially different. We've included updated GHG emissions on the community GHG emissions inventory. We have created an online performance dashboard, and so we're including a link there. And we're adding this concept of action plan as an implementation tool within Part 5 of the bylaw. What we provided back to your staff in the spring was something that looked like this. And essentially it's where we've made changes, or we're recommending changes, so that staff and yourselves, if you're interested at this point, you could see where these, how these changes show up relative to the existing. And ultimately, what does this mean for you? At this point, I would suggest nothing. I mean, we've received your OCP referral. We're looking at that closely, bearing in mind that this, looking at the content of the RGS, and we would suggest to you that you don't need to make any changes to that draft OCP, or certainly not to your current. We suggest to you that there are no impact on residents, and that's because the nature of the changes is minor. These are updates. There's no change to the vision, the growth management structure, any of that. And we suggest to you that there is continued alignment between the RGS and your OCP, both your existing and the proposed OCP that you have granted some readings to. So as I said, our intention in coming today was just to remind you that we're doing this, make you aware. When 4 of you regroup at our board table on December 9th, you might have this meeting in the back of your mind that we talked about some of these things, and this gives council an opportunity to come along with you. Yeah, December 9th is our next piece. So we provided that notice November 7th, just saying the board will be asked on December 9th to give first reading. And then the process will start to look a little bit more familiar to you relative to your regular OCP process. Bylaw readings, public hearing, as I say, formal comment period. And we're targeting adoption in the first quarter of 2026. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And I'll pass it over to councillors if they have any questions. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Just a quick question on the update to the GHG emissions targets. Does that have any impact on our our autonomy and our GHG targets, or are those related?
Um,
Like at a
no.
municipal level, I mean.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't expect that it would have any impact on you at all.
Right, okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks for that. And when you talked about the comment period going until third reading, or and so that timeline to third reading, is that something that's set in stone, or is that sort of like a bit of a guesstimate at this point?
Yeah, through the mayor to council. So, we'll see what happens on December 9th. If the board grants first reading, then we can predict dates a little bit more easily. But I would suggest to you that, we've got Christmas in there, we've got the new year. We are, as I say, looking to have adoption of the bylaw within first quarter 26. We'll see what the board schedule, what those meetings look like. I don't have those dates yet. But we would be looking, like, the ask of your staff or the request of your staff, if they're wanting to come to you, if they're wanting to run their comments through you, I would imagine that would be a January or perhaps a February council meeting that you'd be looking at in order to provide comments before third reading.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's helpful. Yeah, I see I've got some more lights on as well. Back to Councillor Frisch.
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't jump in front of you, but thanks. I just had another thought about the updated maps that you've listed. It's a fairly short list. Are are those boundaries, what does that mean? You want to change the boundaries or update the maps?
Through the mayor to council. So in the intervening years between the preparation of these maps back in 2010 and now, there have been some municipal annexations, some boundary extensions. So it's municipal boundaries that have changed. And so this map shows those changes to your municipal boundaries.
And is there a possibility that there'll be other things on this list later on for this, or just minor amendment? Like, could there be something added or something discovered in the process over the next little while, or is this comprehensive and final?
Through the mayor to council. So only if the board says that they want something added, right? If when they review our proposal for first reading, if they determine that there's something additional that they would like us to investigate.
Okay, thanks.
But then if that's the case, then we kind of go back to the drawing board and we come back to your staff. So there will be, there are opportunities built into this process. Like, there really is a legislative backstop on the RGS process to ensure that all of the affected local governments have that opportunity to provide your input.
Well, thanks for the presentation, and I guess we'll be having another discussion with our staff to see what the major concerns are. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch, and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks very much, Alana. I take it from you're saying about just learning about the request for delay today. This is news to you, and I'm just wondering what the delay until, I believe it's January 23rd, before providing a response, what impact that will have upon the process from your end.
Through the mayor, thank you. Yeah, it is new today. I would just say there's no opportunity for local government to extend the timeline. Like, so just to be really clear, what the legislation says is that we have to give 30 days notice of an intention to provide, or pardon me, an intention to consider first reading. That is not a commenting period. So I guess the request would be that you're asking that first reading, that you get more notice of first reading. But we don't have a bylaw to give to you for a formal referral. You're going to get the formal referral after the board makes a decision about first reading. And certainly within there, that's where we can work with your staff. Like, if staff says, and it's not just your staff, right? It's Comox and Cumberland as well. That, once we get those dates, like once we know what's happening with first reading, we'll let them know, okay, we're aiming for a January X date, or pardon me, like a January, maybe late January date for a public hearing if the board opts to do that. And then I'm not being very articulate, but I guess what I'm saying is that the LGA is where it's the statutory requirement that sets out the 30 days. we could certainly extend that if you felt that there was a reason to hold off on taking something forward to the board. I'm not sure what that reason would be, to be honest.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that. I'll pass it over to Ms. O'Connell.
Thanks very much, through mayor to council. Just to kind of clarify, city staff did seek clarification as to whether or not the referral would require a council resolution or comments just from staff. And we did have confirmation from the regional district staff that it would require a council resolution, which put us into a bit of a challenge in meeting the timeline based on the referral and the meetings that we have. In addition to that, we did talk about, or the email that we received back also identified that the comments are requested by Monday, December 8th for consideration at first and second reading by the RGS, scheduled for Tuesday, December 9th. So it is a bit slightly different information in this case. One of the pieces that wasn't in the staff report actually is about the missing link here. So although there's no disagreement that staff have been involved in the TAC and everything has gone well up until the kind of final timing of this referral itself, is that in not being able to produce a council report for the benefit of the city of Courtenay residents, we're not lifting the veil on what the city's considerations were, allowing that discussion to take place. We're having a record for our residents through our council processes as another component to that. This one is really not a high risk item, but it did provide an opportunity to talk about the need to look at the timing and to get a better lockstep, and on our side as well when it comes to referrals and moving beyond those statutory notification requirements and really looking at that meaningful engagement, which includes giving folks enough time to review the information, prepare it, ensure that those who need to be informed are informed. And not necessarily believing that because it's it's not controversial or going to make big changes, that we cannot have that process take place where the public are also equally informed. At the same time, elected officials have the ability to comment on this. And that's the other piece as well, is not presuming what your perspectives may be, although we can likely anticipate them most of the time, but that is up to council to make that determination ultimately, and staff are here to hear that response as part of the referral process. So this one in particular, the subject matter is not so much a challenge because we have been involved and that has been really great. It's more the timing of the referral. And then that we've had kind of similar experiences in other types of processes. So it might be a good time to take a look at collaboratively aligning our timelines so we can ensure that decisions are communicated, informed, both at a council level and at a public level in all of the member municipalities through the process.
Okay, no, appreciate those comments. And I think, yeah, I mean, being made aware of this when the request came through, I think the challenge, it seemed, is that, next week we're going to have 2 meetings, but they're already confirmed for budget discussion. So it would be more difficult for staff to create any kind of staff report to support this on the agenda. And that left today, which was, I can't remember the timeline, but we have to have our agenda ready last week. And yeah, so I do recall the conversations around just that timeline. And I think, again, it probably would have been less of an issue if next week we weren't having a double meeting on budgets, just so that it could be, be a couple of weeks for staff to kind of get a report back to us. So with that being said, I guess one of the questions, because what's been referred to a few times is that minimum period, that minimum 30-day period. And maybe that's one of the things that's got us here a little bit as well, is that 30 days is 30 days. But then when you align that with the council meetings, as I mentioned, we have those 2 budget meetings next week, which kind of really truncates, instead of being 30 days, it really effectively for, I think our staff gave us a week or less, maybe. I can't remember, because I think it was a Friday and we would have to have the budget or the thing out by Thursday or something.
The referral came in after the agenda deadline date.
Right.
First day.
Yes. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. Thanks for clarifying that. Appreciate it. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, these questions may be more suitable for when the staff report is received, but I guess I'm a little mystified if the request from CVRD came in after the agenda was set, and yet we have a staff report on this agenda, which refers to the fact that it was which obviously was added after the 6th. So anyway, I have a few questions about that, but I think they'll probably need to wait until we get into our discussions. So we'll just kind of table them for there. But anyway, thanks for coming today to speak with us today, Elena.
Excellent, yeah. And I don't think I see any other questions. So with that, Alana, thanks so much for the presentation and for bobbing and weaving, as it were, with the presentation you had. Brian, thanks for being stoic and supporting Alana today. And with that, we'll move on with our agenda, but thank you so much for coming
Great.
today.
Thank you very much. I would just say that, anytime staff has any concern, just pick up the phone. And then we can get things sorted in a really collaborative way. So thanks for your
Absolutely.
attention.
Thanks so much, Alana. Appreciate it. All right. And with that, we will move on to Comox Valley RCMP quarterly report. Excellent. And are there any questions or comments? Inspector Mercer. Yep, I was going to say.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, unfortunately, Inspector Mercer he had notified me that he has been required to be out of the office on a emergency personal matter. So I had offered to have the material on the council agenda. The attached is an overview of the quarterly report, and as you can see, I mean, there's as has been the case. Sorry, I would continue to say I would be available for any questions that I could relay through to the detachment commander if requires additional follow-up. The agenda had already been published, and we've been waiting for a little bit to get this on. As discussed just a couple minutes ago, we have very few meetings before the end of the calendar year. So as we walk through, this has been an evolving report. Really, a lot of credit goes to our past detachment commander and our current detachment commander, who's been very responsive to council's questions. The overall, we're seeing some very positive trends in our RCMP involved matters. I think it speaks really well towards our relationship that's continued to evolve. And council has, I believe, has the quarterly report in front of them, and the slides were attached. Are there any questions? I did walk through it very briefly with Inspector Mercer that I may be able to answer, and otherwise we can also engage him electronically and report back to council.
Thanks so much for that and for stepping up to assist in this, and I'll pass it over to Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. And just one question. We did receive correspondence this week related to enforcement activities on Back Road. And I was going to ask the inspector about that. And he's obviously not here. So it's just something that I would appreciate being forwarded on to him. I think he was copied on the letter, and I was going to be quite interested to see what his response was. The indication being that enforcement activities that were planned may not have taken place, but just to get some clarification on that. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you through the mayor to Councillor Hillian. As council is more aware, we have a very divergent opinions on what's happening in the Back Road corridor. I happened to engage with the author at a open house that we had about traffic calming in the First Street corridor, with concerns raised that the RCMP was not doing speed enforcement. I happened to drive through the Back Road corridor following that meeting, and there was enforcement in the corridor. I subsequently followed up with the detachment commander. I don't have the specific details as it relates to their enforcement, but we discussed that there has been enforcement there. Council's no doubt aware that announcing speed enforcement in an area doesn't actually deter people. Tickets deter people. We have extensive signage, flashing lights, speed monitoring in that area, and we continue to evolve our information and data set on that. The improvements that were made to manage traffic speeds in that area, council received a report on that, and we were going to monitor it and report back in a year. So we do have some time to be there, but I can tell you that I've engaged directly with the detachment commander, who has said that there is an ongoing enforcement in that area. But I can ask him to respond with detail to council.
So thanks, Mr. Carpet. I appreciate that. And another non-RCMP option as well is we do have citizens on patrol that can be requested to go and do some speed reading, which again can add to the data, and they work hand in hand with ICBC and the RCMP as well. So that's an option that is open to the residents anywhere in the city of Courtenay, and so hopefully that will get used if need be. With that, I'm just looking to see if there's any other questions about the RCMP report. I don't see any. So have we moved to receipt? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor? And receipt is accepted. We'll move on to staff reports, and we have Downtown Vitalization Local Area Plan Phase 2 and Harmston Park Plan and the What We Heard reports. And so I'll pass it over to Nancy Gothard, and she's got the clicker, so I think we're good to go. Fantastic. Nancy.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. So the report in front of you tonight summarizes the community engagement findings from 2 interrelated projects related to downtown vitalization, the local area plan itself and the initial conceptual planning for Harmston Park capital improvements. I'll present key findings related to the local area plan, and Joy Chan, manager in the Rec, Culture and Community Services Department, will present on the Harmston Park planning process. True Taylor of Modus is the consultant retained on both projects to assist on community engagement, and she's virtually available in the Q&A. The downtown plan process is structured in 3 phases. The receipt of the What We Heard reports tonight on direction setting and concept testing for the downtown concludes phase 2, and phase 3 will include the drafting of the local area plan, informed by interest holder engagement, another public open house of a similar format to the one held in May, and opportunities for online engagement, as well as further council input. And the downtown plan is expected to be adopted in the range of mid next year. Just a reminder that the downtown plan is structured into 4 districts shown here to focus attention within the plan area. And the image on the right just shows that the downtown plan fits within the city's overall urban framework growth concept, showing the downtown is one of the key town centers to accommodate additional growth. The plan will be a long-range vision and plan for the area, recognizing that the concepts within them will likely require redevelopment of existing properties over time and significant investment in public infrastructure to support the downtown as a key vibrant destination in the whole valley. We expect the changes to the downtown to be gradual. Now, in terms of the community input, they provided input on the findings I'll be presenting shortly, and that comprised of 460 survey responses, 130 individuals at the open house, 10 organizations at interest holder workshop, and a little over 3,300 visitors on the webpage. The key themes that emerged from this engagement are balanced growth. I'll talk about that further. Protected and expanded green and public spaces, very common theme every time we do engagement. Strong interest in more urban multifunctional public spaces, including parks, plazas, markets, and cultural venues. And an outcome of the downtown plan is a placemaking strategy that identifies strategic lands for placemaking activation, and more general guidelines on public art, street furnishings, wayfinding, and landscaping. Another theme is walkability and safe mobility. Participants want better pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, particularly around the river, trail connectivity and safe crossings, accessibility and mobility for all users, especially children, seniors, and people with disabilities was a consistent concern. And the report recognizes the significant concurrent work of improving transportation options to and within the downtown, the transit exchange, intersection safety and timing improvements, parking study, and 6th Street Bridge. So this work goes and works alongside all those other concurrent work. Safety and inclusion, another key theme, road safety, crime, and perception of crime. These, of course, are very complex social topics that have ongoing intention with multiple organizations in the enforcement and social services sectors. And because the downtown plan is more a physical plan about the built environment, a key thing that can be included is design criteria to support crime prevention through environmental design. And the final big theme is the city look and feel. There's a strong desire to retain Courtenay's small-time town charm, historic identity, and neighborhood feel, while also accommodating growth, which leads me to the next slide. So this topic of balanced growth, we asked people about density and development. There is strong support as shown in the survey and open house for more housing and density, especially to address affordability and inclusivity. There's widespread emphasis on keeping development human scaled as residents prefer buildings under 4 to 6 stories, especially near green and historic areas. The higher levels of development approaches shown here, approach 2, for instance, and approach 3, were more highly supported options than the existing OCP approach, which is the first one, which reinforces the vision of a more urban downtown with higher densities throughout most of the planning area than what is both experienced today and zoned for today. More detailed findings in the district-specific sections support concentrating higher densities within the downtown core away from 5th Street, as well as on Fitzgerald Avenue, and permitting multi-residential and mixed-use development patterns that taper down to the riverfront and the Harmston districts and along existing lower density character neighborhoods such as Old Orchard. So to translate this into heights or stories of buildings, which people often relate to, 4 or near 4 stories is currently permitted in many zones in the plan area. So as we talk about maximum heights in the tapered down areas of Riverfront and Harmston, we're looking at 4 stories in those areas. The land economic analysis, though, through the OCP process is showing little viability or developer interest in higher than 6 stories. So this is a general height ceiling we'll be working with when discussing adding either policy or zoning support for density and height in other density areas of the plan, such as Fitzgerald and south of the core. However, that is not to say that higher proposal could not be supported, and we'll be looking at where to select locations for taller forms where they could potentially be included, and likely in exchange for affordable housing reserve fund contributions through density bonusing policies. Now, another theme on this from the public was that they would like to see prioritized affordability and diverse housing types, and that's very consistent in a lot of engagement we do. So now I'll get a little bit into the districts, and I actually have a little bit less to say for each district, so I'll move a little faster here. On the Riverfront North, we provided information, or rather I should say information and questions were framed for both the north and south of the 5th Street Bridge. And on the north side, there was strong support for natural spaces and access to green space, trails, and riverfront walking paths while preserving and enhancing wildlife habitat. This feedback is being incorporated into the ongoing riverbank flood mitigation and rehabilitation work. And then on the south, 2 concepts were presented for the Central Builders site and City Hall lands, particularly the parking lot up to Cliff Avenue. Both concepts show significant redevelopment of residences at these locations. Concept 1 is designed as a residential neighborhood with townhomes facing water with apartment buildings behind and the public path along the river. Concept 2 reroutes the existing greenway behind City Hall to the river in the form of a land swap, allowing for a wider public and environmental setback, and incorporates limited mix of commercial uses to be more of a destination. This was the more favored concept. Now, both concepts require more technical study and regulatory review and a willingness of the landowners to redevelop, but a long-term vision will allow us to focus those discussions and allow to understand what's feasible. In the downtown core, in addition to the scale of buildings I talked about earlier, people were asked about programming and more placemaking within the core. There were mixed views on 5th Street closure, like as in a permanent closure, with some wanting full pedestrianization for vibrancies and others concerned about accessibility and traffic flow. So this will be looked at further, and particularly with the BIA who's talked about an interest in a closure. There's also a desire for green cultural and social spaces to support plazas, art events, and walkable design. And so there were 3 plazas that were presented here. And all the phase 3 of this project would provide project sheets with high-level cost estimates for each of these plazas to give council a better sense of the feasibility. In the Fitzgerald area, It was proposed to be elevated as a gateway to the downtown by including additional development densities, mix of uses, and improving active transportation in the streetscape within the corridor, as well as a partial street closure between 3rd and 4th Streets to create a pocket park there in the circle. And depending on where the question was asked in the survey, in particular, there was either strong or qualified support for development of the corridor as a gateway to the downtown with residences. People are a little uncertain with how activating the street corners for more public use would be supported or safe. So that's something we can look at and make sure we're communicating well if that's a good idea. On the Harmston district, the last district, respondents were asked to comment on the vision of this district as a dynamic community hub and intentional extension of the downtown, supported by enhanced park programming, mix of uses, and infrastructure. Again, 2 concepts were shown for this area. The first concept is a consistent 4-story building form around the park and along McPhee Avenue, with commercial uses proposed to be limited to the buildings fronting the park and McPhee Avenue, and encouraging some public use without making it the focus of the area. This is a vision that is broadly consistent with the existing zoning permissions. And then concept 2 added height to 6 stories surrounding the park with more commercial uses to support all those new residences. And the public feedback shows slight rating preference for 6-story mixed use, the concept 2, but many revealed in their comments a preference for buildings under 4 stories, integrating with existing character and ensuring affordability. So with regards to the park, which I'll just turn to Joy shortly, just as at a high level, there was strong support for community hub concept with Harmston's parks green space preserved and enhanced with programming like markets, events, and quiet recreation. And I'll allow Joy to share a little bit more about that process.
Thank you, Nancy, through the mayor to council. So with the DB lab process underway, this was an opportunity for staff to establish an integrated process seeking the community's feedback to develop a conceptual plan for Harmston Park. So after the DV Lab open house and online survey this year, staff carried out additional engagement activities to seek feedback on the community's vision and desires for this park. We held 4 focus groups engagement sessions with equity priority groups. We had a pop in the park event. We had a park planning focused online and hard copy survey that ran for approximately a month. And of that, 90% of respondents supported the following proposed vision for the park. Design and develop Harmston Park as a dynamic community hub with opportunities for gathering and recreation while enhancing the park's natural and green spaces. As an important green space, Harmston Park will support a growing community with additional amenities and infrastructure such as potential street closures to accommodate local events and programming. So the 2 concepts that you see before you were shared with the public through the engagement. Concept 1 proposes a closure of Harmston Avenue, emergency vehicles accepted, a civic plaza for markets, concerts, and events. Includes a playground, community garden, and open lawn area. Concept 2 differs and it proposes a smaller plaza at 6th Street and Harmston. Passive park theme, which includes playgrounds, gardens, dog park, and open lawn area also. So 50% of survey respondents were very supportive or somewhat supportive of concept 1. And then 64% of survey participants were very supportive or somewhat supportive of concept 2. So there's a slightly higher preference for concept 2, which has a smaller civic plaza. So the following are the common key themes that were identified through the engagement. Ensuring there's an equitable, inclusive access to park features. So that's accessible transportation, active transportation routes, accessible parking, and seating and other furnishings. Inclusive play areas with nature play structures, public washrooms. Cultural and community gathering spaces. So spaces for placemaking, food trucks, event areas, community garden, support land-based healing, and broad support for potential closures to support these spaces. Also, spaces for children and youth, including underserved 2S LGBTQIA 2S plus youth. And ensure we partner with local schools to develop these spaces. So green and natural spaces, protect the natural areas, preference for permeable surfaces, recreational spaces, and use natural features to reduce noise and light pollution. And then integration with the growing community as you increase density. There was a bit of concern about the proposed park uses having a negative impact on surrounding residents, such as potential noise impacts that may be associated with a larger plaza. So in terms of next steps, feedback will be used to inform the DVLAP process and refine the concepts and LAP policies. The next phase of the Harmston Park planning process will proceed after the DVLAP process to ensure the vision for the Harmston district and the park plan align. And then in terms of our process, this will include developing a preferred concept plan based on the engagement findings. So this would be a similar process that we had proposed in a previous staff report for Billmore and Dogwood Park. It would likely be it would be a phased implementation, and looking at funding, available grants, partnerships, and also considering the timing of increased density and growth in the downtown area. And then with the next slide, we are open to receive any questions or comments.
All right, thanks so much for the presentation and for all the work that was done. I got to stop by a few times at the park there, and definitely heard back from community members that have engaged. So I really appreciate all the work that went into that. I'll pass it over to Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks so much for the report. It's great to see this information come back to council. It really represents a ton of work that's been undertaken in the last year or so to develop this and better understand what direction the community wants to see in the downtown. So I just found the information to be really useful, and I thought the whole process went really well overall. One question I had just on the last slide with regards to the two concepts for Harmston. This is obviously a super important piece of work and will really shape some major changes in the downtown in the coming years, kind of in the, I guess, medium to long term, perhaps. And I also, my personal preference was leaning towards concept 2. I think just the amenities and the way it's laid out makes a little bit more sense. But a question I had about this when I first saw it, and I continue to wonder, why does one design still leave the road open? To me, it makes sense in either design that we would kind of create that continuity of the space without having vehicle traffic move through it. And so I guess my question is, why did we provide both as, or provide that on concept 2? And would we maybe look at blending that if we are going to lean on that particular design, if we're going to revisit that particular aspect of the concept?
Thank you to the Mayor, to Councillor McCollum. So during our engagement, we did hear that even with concept 2, even though it doesn't propose a full closure, is that there is support for that. So through our next phase of design, we can look at through the design process, a flexible closure type of design incorporated into it. So that, and again, when we were going through our engagement process, we expressed to the public that it was one or the other extremes, that you had to pick one, you had to pick 2. You could take elements from concept 1 or whatever, concept 2, and then integrate them eventually into the preferred plan. So that can definitely be included in the future preferred plan.
Yeah, that's great to hear. And as a curiosity, did we receive feedback from the public at all that there is a desire to see that street left open, or was it fairly supportive of a street closure there?
So in the engagement results, there is support for closure, but again, there's also the need for parking. in that area, the parking pressures. But then as you have events that need more space, such as the farmer's market, or if you're gonna have an intimate concert in the little smaller plaza, then you need to have that flexibility to close.
Okay, thanks for that.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate the report and all the work involved. I guess my concern is for the integrity of the existing residential neighborhood, and you probably know that the diagrams that we have up on the screen coincide with those that are actually posted on the park itself, which basically show a large box like apartments all around the park where people currently have sweet little houses. So there's passing reference to that in the report, but it doesn't really talk very much about it. And I'd like to hear a little bit more about what you did hear from the people who actually live around the park and how we maintain the integrity of that neighborhood, allowing redevelopment without effectively putting pressure on those people to sell up and have apartments built all around the park.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hillian to council. It's a great question, and thank you for acknowledging that there were some comments that came in outside of the survey, specifically in the open house, et cetera. And indeed, we did hear from some people around the Harbiston Park itself. Part of the concern was indeed too much height, et cetera. And so some of the findings were consistent with what we heard from the public on trying to keep that height more in line with what is actually currently permitted today. A zone that permits, the way I talk about it is, about 4 stories, because in order to do 4 stories, it'd have to have, kind of grade considerations that are favorable, but it's pretty close to 4 stories right now, the existing zoning. So in any event, that's just some of the kind of where the outcome landed in terms of talking about density. But to get back to your question about if people could be, I do need to acknowledge that early in this process, there were big questions about just how much density, height, housing units, housing needs as dictated by the province, et cetera, should be absorbed in the downtown. And there were a lot of big questions we had in May that now, I'd say, having gone through the OCP process, we're understanding a lot better. And that one of the questions we had early in this process was, is it appropriate to continue to permit single residential dwellings on these lots, or should they be zoned to higher uses, more dense uses? The way the work has evolved is it seems that it remains both the public wants it and the housing needs of our community can support continuing to support that use in this area. All of that to say that the vision, however, for this area and the proposal, and I would have alluded it to it very briefly in my notes, is to continue to have the zoning in place, but with some modifications that actually truly does permit 4 stories. So something that would bump it up a little bit to what it's called the R4B zone currently allows today. So it would be something similar to what the zone currently could permit, but clearer that it could be a 4-story. And so when we did the land economics analysis through our consultant, they observed these small lots, the level of investment in some of these homes. We might not see them be viable for a developer to try and purchase them and consolidate them and redevelop them into larger projects. So it's, I guess to say is at the process that we've led to now is to recognize that we're going to, at least along particularly the south of the park, preserve that ability to have all those types of homes, including single residential, that exist today. I do think that the west of the park is a different story. There's a particular interest in lot consolidation there from a landowner that could see potentially a larger project there. And then there's also some lot consolidation interest on the north side as well. But the city does not intend to remove the single residential permissions from the zone.
Do a follow-up? Okay.
Thanks for that. That's helpful. I'm just also wondering what sort of time frame you see as development, different development occurring there, and whether or not there's any barrier to going ahead with reimagining the park without necessarily having a lot of new building going up around it.
Thank you for the question. Staff currently don't have any applications in this area for any major proposals, or really, I think any at this moment in time. There's some circulating interest. So it's just hard to say when people ask about pre-applications, and we can't talk about any specifics of them, but it's specific to know to what degree a pre-application will turn into a viable application. But we know just from, again, the land economics analysis through the OCP process, that there are certain factors that make developing the downtown a little bit more challenging.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hillian and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the report and the presentation. I'm I mean, I'm sure everyone realizes, but some of these pictures we have, you know, they can be it can evoke a lot of emotions, right? But also, like, they're decades away. I'll just recount a story about the property that's on Fifth Street. It's in this picture. It was just redeveloped like 5 years ago. I don't know if you guys remember that. There's like 4 buildings. And this developer wanted to put up an apartment building, if you can believe it, came to the city, and the city was like, you're nuts, you know, whatever, that's not going to work. It's not in our, you know, all our rules were all different. And so, you know, to turn around and suggest that there's going to be 10 plus massive block buildings, which I don't even think we support that sort of design is going to happen anytime soon. Like, I think we just need to temper this idea with reality, which is what you're explaining to us. Like, everything isn't just going to turn over and be redeveloped. So I think images like that might not really be that useful. I think realistically, like, you might get one building, you know, we see how long it takes to get a building up in this town. It takes years, it takes 5 years to get up one apartment building. And so, yeah, I just think we need to be a little bit careful with that. The question I have for staff is actually more around the 4 buildings on the Harmston Park concept that looks to be sort of quasi-private, quasi-public. And so there's a daycare, there's affordable housing, and I guess I wonder what we imagine that, like, how we imagine that to work. Are we thinking we're going to earmark this property for like a lease where we partner with someone, or is it just really high level? We're just throwing stuff on paper right now, and we'll see what happens down the road. Like, what's the concept with that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So right now, this process has allowed a lot of really high level, kind of big creative conversations to happen. And so I'd say that kind of level of, first of all, we just need to understand what the community thought of those high level ideas, and then formulate them now into what we heard reports, get a council resolution, and then we can continue to have conversations on the ideas that have merit and drill down deeper. So I would say that the kind of level of question that you're asking is that kind of next level, is if people see the value of an interface of a commercial of some sort on the park, actually literally physically on the park, then we can explore all those tools that are available to make that, you know, legally sound, etc. So I guess that to say that I don't doubt that there's a lot of ways we could go about it, but right now we wouldn't have that answer.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think that's a great idea. I just wonder if the concept, and I guess speaking from my point of view, it's nice to take public assets and turn them into forever public assets that are maybe not income generating, but at least somewhat neutral. Sometimes I worry to think that we get into some sort of business that already exists, and then we end up just doing it not as good as the private market, such as daycare, or in the case of daycare, like where the province really should be stepping in. And I know we were in a tight position with daycare, and we probably still are at this point, but yeah, just making sure that we're not getting into a business that we don't necessarily want to be in. But I love the idea of maintaining some municipal benefit from these properties. I would hate to see it be sold off or let go, because it's, as you've outlined in this plan, if we do densify downtown, which we hope to do, we are going to need lots of park space. So the concept might be better off just focusing on, more open space or other assets, even natural assets that might be less expensive to maintain. But yeah, I really look forward to seeing how this moves. And I guess Councillor Hillian also talked about maintaining the neighborhood feel. And so just want to put out there that, I don't think we're going to see this gray picture. It's gray too. So, some color would help. I don't think we're going to see that for forever, actually, to be honest. So it's not as worrisome as it looks. So thanks anyways. And I don't mean to be hard on the diagrams. I know we have to put something out there to talk about. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And I do know, because I got comments on it as well, and the fact that there was two options, but both of them had those massings of buildings, definitely kind of reinforced the feeling that it's pick your poison kind of thing. And so explaining to people that it's not likely to happen in any near term, but still when that's what's presented, I understand your comments. I'll pass over to Ms. Connell.
Thank you, through the mayor to council. One of the pieces, and like this is just going to Councillor Frisch's kind of inquiry or comment in regard to the city potentially getting into kind of private sector services. One of the really nice things that we've been hearing through all of the various engagements that have been going on across departments is the need for things like community spaces. And we have a lot of demand for spaces outlined in those types of reports and strategies. And we are currently limited ourselves in the amount of physical spaces we have for both the city staff itself, as well as all those community services that currently exist, not to mention those that would like to exist into the future. One of the nice pieces is we don't have to be in competition with the private sector, but by creating these spaces, it does provide an opportunity for council to identify what we want to see or what you want to see take place in those spaces, and to put the opportunity out to the private sector to potentially fill those spaces themselves. There's lots of different potential with what these buildings could be used for, and those will obviously be decisions that council will have before them in the future as things come on board. But really, in dealing with a concept plan at this point, you kind of want to see what's possible, see where people have the most interest and or the most disinterest, and then refine from there. So this is really the first step of many. And we look forward to continuing to engage the public and council as the decisions make sense to come forward at the various times in the long timeline ahead of us.
Excellent. And one of your comments, Councillor Frisch, was around daycare, and the last number that I got, which was late summer, was between 1,000 and 1,200 waits, so which is quite a lot. We do have the new daycare that's coming on line on Cliff Avenue. That's got about 185 or 190 units there, or spaces, I should say. And again, it's great, but there's definitely a huge need for daycare as well. So appreciate you making those comments. Councillor Warren.
Great, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, regarding Councillor Frisch's comment about it, yeah, the images do evoke emotion. I think actually that's a good thing. I think it's great that we have citizens who care about their neighborhoods so much and care about, they're not just parked there. They're really embedded into the neighborhood and want to be part of the neighborhood vibe and values, which I think is great. So, and again, it's difficult, I think, for all of us because there are competing messages. We met with someone recently, the mayor and I, who would love to have very passive, quiet green space and not have a bunch of stuff. I think there was something in one of the reports that said animating the space. I don't want it to be animated. Like, I actually want the opposite. I want to have more places in the city where I can just go and quietly sit and reflect, or people want to go and meditate or whatever. So, and then of course you have other folks that want, places to have music and all these things. And so it's like so difficult to balance all those things. I think the great thing is that we have an engaged neighborhood and community that are bringing all these ideas forward. And I guess you sort of segued into what I was going to talk about a bit, Kate, was around these community or neighborhood hubs, which we hear a lot about wanting, having a community art space, having, if we're encouraging walkability, rather than having to walk down to the Lewis Center or drive down to the Lewis Center to do an art class, can we have some small community spaces where we could provide that. And then of course, on both of these drawings were the farmer's market and the dog park and the community garden. Of course, all those things, well, other than the dog park, involve partnerships and involve community organizations. So, or private. So I guess I'm curious about how we determine, do we wait for people to come and say, I want to do this here? Or like you say, do you put out that this is our vision for this area, and what are your ideas, and enter into those partnerships? I guess I'm just wondering how this all sort of happens. There was also talk about the dog park being at another park, and yeah, I don't even necessarily think that Harmston is the best place for a dog park, but in any event, so I guess I'm wondering a little bit about how we can get some of these visions coming to life, because I think that is how, going back to Councillor Fish's example, that is how we kind of demonstrate that we're hearing the neighborhood and that we're hearing what the values are. And like, how long do we have to wait for some of these things to come to fruition, and how do we make them happen, I guess is my question. And I don't know if Susie had another comment or.
Sure. Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Morin. Just building on Ms. O'Connell's comments, it's a long process. For sure, there's many steps ahead. I think from the park process, as Ms. Chan described, from the feedback from the community, this is where we can take to a further refinement, and we'll take these conceptual designs and turn them into a detailed design that will involve community engagement. And that's where we check in and say to the community, did we get it right? Did we hear you? Did we miss anything? And there is funding in the capital budget to proceed probably with phases, maybe the first phase of the park. The vision that's on the screen is not fully funded because we at this point don't have detailed costs associated with that. So that's kind of the next phase as well. But we do have funding in the capital budget to move forward on some pieces of Harmston Park. We'll bring that to life. As it relates to community space, that's really we would recommend it's driven through our strategic plan. So the strategic cultural plan, the Parks and Recreation master plan, those plans identify through community engagement what the community is looking for. We have the data on childcare needs as well, our OCP. And so we take all of that information to identify what the priorities would be. And I think it'll also depend on what the city decides to do with its own land versus what tools it has for private land. And so there's a couple of different avenues there. Of course, with our own land, and our development decisions around that, we have more control and the ability for council to decide how to use it. But in terms of those needs, we take both this feedback, but also our other strategic plans and combine those to make recommendations to council on what we would prioritize. The farmers market, as an example, council's given direction through the service agreement with the farmers market to participate in planning for their future. So we already have council direction to have those conversations and discuss with them that piece of it. So hopefully that answers your question, but the timelines, will also depend on development and funding.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Morin. I appreciate that. And I think throughout the plan, although there's, again, lots of focus around Harmston Park, but there's also allusions to possibly pocket parks and other things within there. And so, I'm looking forward to see how this thing continues forward. I believe we have a motion. All right. And there's actually proceed with the next phase, so. So just want to make sure we're clear, we're not just receiving this. It's been moved. And it's been seconded. Thank you very much. And all those in favor? And motion carries. Thanks very much for that. And yep, Mr. Garbett.
And thank you. Through the mayor to council, I just don't often insert myself in these conversations. I just want to let council know that as part of the um, table for reconciliation, we were going to be briefing council, the reconciliation advisory table, the same information that council received, because there's a strong interest about the impacts in downtown. It's just really just a summary, because I wanted to let council know that I was holding off on that. We will be meeting on December 1st, so we'll just provide this feedback, and thanks for that direction.
All right. Thanks for clarifying that. And Ms. Chen, is it okay if I turn your microphone off? Excellent. All right. Moving right along. Next is 5.1.2 Regional Growth Strategy Amendment, Referral and Opportunities to Decrease Barriers to Engagement and Collaboration. And hang on, Mr. Garbett, sorry.
Through the mayor, heard from CVRD staff about the implications of where we're headed as it relates to their GS minor amendment. We actually have been talking about engagement and timelines for response and providing council with information to inform feedback to the RG to activities of the CVRD that are discussed at the CVRD board table for actually quite some time, stretching back to 2 of our last strategic planning conversations. And so these are specific examples, and we appreciate the clarification around timing, and that there'll be future engagement. But it's Ms. O'Connell had actually been working on a draft report, as it was a topic where we've had the requirement to provide input across all of our divisions, ranging from operational services, our engineering area, recreation, culture, and community services, and development services. So that's why we were able to have some thought as it relates to this. So I'll turn this over to Ms. O'Connell.
Thanks, Mr. Garbett. Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you very much, through the mayor to council. So as you can imagine, the report before you today is not so much to do with the staff's position or perspective in regards to the referral or the subject matter of the referral. Really, it has to do with the timeline itself. Just to lift the veil a bit on how our internal processes work. So we would receive a referral, staff who would be involved in like the TAC or in that process would draft a staff report. The staff report would then be referred to the various directors and the departments that may have an interest in that specific area. So if you think about it, does it need to go to engineering and environment, the engineering department, or ops, or corporate services? So in getting something with a very short timeline in order to turn around, it would require the drafting of the report, as well as workflowing that through all of the various approvals before it would get to Jeff as the city manager for approval at the end of the day. It was our understanding in undertaking this process and participating in those TAC meetings that we were expecting this type of process to come in the new year. We did reach out to our counterparts within the town of Comox and the village of Cumberland, just to ensure that our understanding of that timeline was not out of alignment with others. And it was a shared understanding that this, we weren't expecting this referral to have this turnaround timeline. I think the big thing is that I was the one who wrote this report. It wasn't a technical report. It's something that we have been talking about for some time. And a lot of the content was already created based on other experiences we've had. As you know, although I'm currently acting director of development services, I'm not a person with technical expertise in that area. So although this one is a lower risk item, you can imagine what a disruption or what the impact would be of a turnaround of a referral of any nature within a 24-hour period that we weren't expecting. And not just an impact on the receiving department that's writing the report, but every department and person who has to then make the space and time to then review that report in an informative and meaningful way. So I think that's the piece, is that, again, it's not that we have concerns with this subject matter at all. Actually, and the report does speak to how well things have been really going with this process in particular.
Mhm.
And this is really more along the lines of that the timing just isn't quite working. And the number of referrals we're getting at the city, when you have that type of quick turnaround, is very impactful to operations. And it's really hard to anticipate and to make space for that without it coming at the cost of, for example, me writing this report overnight
Mhm.
at home, right? In order to get it on the agenda. So it's just one of those pieces to make sure that council is aware that we're not trying to cause disruption to the process. It's more along the lines of, is there harm in taking a look to make sure that the process is working for all of us, that it reflects our current capacity, our current abilities, and our current priorities when it comes to resource allocation at the city and in other municipalities, and really ensuring that the engagement is informed, that it's transparent, and that the views of the city of Courtenay, including the elected officials and our residents, are appropriately reflected at a regional level as well. So again, it's not the subject matter this evening. The reason I was able to write the report is I had already had a lot of it pre-drafted from my previous role. And it wasn't a technical report that required significant referral. So really the impact on this one was me writing it. Nancy confirmed the timeline of the referral. Jeff reviewed, and it was able to make it. That is a very different expectation, impact, and process than any other formal referral for a technical document.
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much for articulating that. And I do recall, yeah, there's been discussions on a few different things on the referral process, and just looking at ways to maybe look to see if there's ways to improve how that happens. And again, I do understand if you're expecting something in the new year and it comes, and again, we look at the way our council meetings are planned out for November. It just, yeah, it became very crunchy, to say the least. So
I will
appreciate that.
say, not to sound like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but we do publish our council calendar a year in advance.
Yeah.
So it is possible to plan in the same requirement for publishing your council calendar. That's a requirement under the community charter. Public notice has to be provided before the end of the previous year. So we really do have the opportunity to align our timelines because we're all working on next year's calendars either now or have already completed that and provided notice.
I will agree. I have planned my life around that calendar for I think about 12 years now. So I appreciate that context. I'll pass it over to Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks, Ms. McKinnon. I guess it seems from what I'm hearing from the city staff, it just didn't seem like this was doable within the time frame allowed. And if one accepts that as being the case, I guess I'm just, I know this report talks about improved communications, and I heard it said that we reached out to Comox and Cumberland to talk about whether they'd expected it within this time frame. I'm just wondering whether any communications were made with the Comox Valley Regional District about our difficulties with reaching this time frame.
Thanks very much for the question. So we did reach out. Looks like about 3 days after receiving the formal referral. We asked questions around when will the city be formally referred the RGS. That was the comment that I read earlier, where comments are requested by Monday, December 8th, 2025 for consideration of first and second reading of the RGS bylaw. So the bylaw is based on the CBRD's response for consideration the day after the comments are required from council. We also asked our city staff expected to prepare comments for the November 19th presentation. The response was no, staff comments aren't expected at this time. So that was good to know as well. What's the deadline for comments once the referral sent out? The deadline for comments is Monday, December 8th. Do comments need to come from council by resolution, or are staff level comments sufficient, which would have been a different situation? And the response from the regional district was because the referral letter was issued from the CBRD board chair to council and board of affected local governments, a formal council board or resolution will be required. So we did definitely seek confirmation. We did try to look at the minutes from the last TAC meeting. Unfortunately, there were none. So when we reached out to our counterparts within the town of Comox and the village of Cumberland, their notes aligned with our notes on the timeline. So yes, there was lots of things that happened before we brought this report before council.
Yeah.
That's good. Single follow-up and I guess, was there any communication after those initial communications to say that we wouldn't be able to reach the timeline and that we would be putting forward this,
Yes, there
report?
was. We actually also provided a courtesy copy of the report in advance of the public publication of the agenda, which is very unusual. And is also my understanding that Jeff Gerbett, as our city manager, provided information and a heads up to all the affected city managers as well. So yes,
Yeah,
it was
actually,
communicated.
I met with the chair of the regional district as well as the two CAOs. So yeah,
And I have to say, I left that meeting as I won't speak for anyone else, but and I'm not anticipating this, but I appreciate that that meeting was definitely a chance to sort of air and communicate well.
yeah, thanks very much for that. And Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. I guess I just want some clarification on what the CVRD, in your opinion, is asking us to do. Are they asking us to say, yep, go ahead and start the process, or are they asking us for comments on the actual material in the RGS minor amendment?
Mr. Gerbett?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to council. If council would like to provide direction prior to consideration first reading, and our colleague Ms. Mullally spoke to that, then the RGS will be initiated as a minor amendment and the discussion would happen at the board. So we haven't been able to provide you with any recommendation as it currently stands, but the board could provide some comments back. Per my understanding is that the councils of the member municipalities are not providing any feedback on that. I'm not clear. I think there's lots of communication with the Electoral Area Services Committee, whether they're providing any feedback to the board on this matter or not. And again, the issue is that the topic in front of us is really around timing.
Right.
I think there's been lots of dialogue around what the changes are to the regional growth strategy. We've discussed the regional growth strategy at many levels. I participated in the update to the steering committee. So we also have many advisory committees as it relates to the regional growth strategy itself, both at the administrative level and as at the technical level with our development services department, that we continue to have some challenges about when we have to provide input into topics, and we think there should be reasonably and adequate time to do that. Ms. O'Connell, back what she said, there really isn't a lot of issues related to this. We have 4 members at the regional district board, and there's been elected officials forums about the regional growth strategy itself. And so I think it's understood that what these topics are, that we have had just challenges around getting sufficient time for us to provide feedback.
Okay.
If it was warranted, and very big issue.
Sure, and I think I'm a little more clear on that. So putting aside the process issue, does council need to say anything other than thanks for letting us know, or do we need a formal resolution to say proceed with the outlined process?
And Ms. O'Connell, you had said in what, I think in one of those things that there would be a requirement for a resolution of council.
Yes, that's what we were advised through the response from the CVRD staff. If I'm understanding the question correctly, essentially, if council wanted to pass a motion to advise that we would not be submitting comments at this time, you could do that, and then we could bring a report forward, and the regional district could receive comments after the first and second reading. That is absolutely possible. At the same time, in the staff report that would come forward would just be for information for the most part on anything that could only have been addressed prior to the consideration of the first and second reading. One of the pieces is that the classification of the amendment as being minor is the piece that triggers the waiving of the public hearing. So as council is aware, there has been a lot of public feedback and input on the reduction in the public hearings that we could hold. whenever you're looking at making a decision where we're removing an engagement process as a result of that, whether or not it's, we think it's going to impact the outcome, it's still a really intentional process to say, yes, it's minor, therefore the public hearing is not required under the legislation. So that's the piece. So if council chooses to not submit comments at this point and not request the extension, then that's the piece that will not be on the table for council to consider or provide comments on later, but you can absolutely provide comments on the rest of it. My understanding through the majority of the rest of the process.
Right, so one of the big limitations to just pushing ahead with this is that we're making it we're agreeing that it's minor, and we're agreeing that there's not going to be as much public input. That's what you're suggesting. And also, is there a problem with us having a look at it from our city perspective if we go ahead quickly, or will that be incorporated in your opinion, after first and second reading? Is there anything else that would be sort of limited?
As much as I would like to be able to provide more details, I would caution about potentially us trying to replicate what a report would have been. And I'm not in a position to provide that type of guidance to council this evening. So it would be up to council. If council has had an opportunity to read the referral materials and you feel that in the absence of a report from staff, including a staff recommendation, that you can make that decision, council is welcome to provide that direction either way.
Right.
And
Yeah,
Mr. Garbett had a comment as well, maybe I'll.
And sorry, I just want to clarify, there was just a comment from Councillor Fish. So in the delegation, there was a reference, and I believe I heard through the CVRD general manager that they will be recommending a public hearing be held. But if that's okay, I see a nod, but if council wanted to ask for clarification, but I heard that the staff recommendation, notwithstanding the fact it's minor, is that there would be a public hearing. I believe that was part of the delegation's statements.
Yeah, well, thanks. I appreciate our staff's perspective on that, because I guess you really are saying that it's 30 days in our municipal, how we do things, it is not enough time to really make a decision on whether we can easily support a minor amendment or not as being minor. So, and I don't know how much influence we have over that anyways, but yeah, I'm inclined, I know it's pretty early in the conversation right now, but I'm inclined to definitely support staff and looking more into the process. But it also sounds like staff isn't vehemently opposed to just moving forward with the minor amendment at this point. I know you haven't had time to even think about it, but off the cuff, I hear that's what you're saying. So I'll leave it to the rest of the council to comment. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Moore.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, when I'm re-looking at the letter, and I think we heard that it was a bit confusing because we heard tonight that the comments, actually, we can't really comment until we were presented with the bylaw, which we haven't received. So I guess I'm wondering why we wouldn't just wait for the bylaw and then proceed, because there's nothing really that we can comment on. So I don't know if I'm confused. Yeah, I guess my question is, what we've heard is that how can we comment on the bylaw when we don't have the bylaw, and the bylaw is not being presented until December 9th. So I would say that we would just wait for that bylaw, but maybe I'm misunderstanding something. Is that correct?
So thank you, Councillor Moran, for the question. The link to the bylaw is included in the referral notice. So it is possible. Again, these are just materials that we haven't had a chance to read.
You had a follow-up, Councillor Moore?
I mean, I see that. However, I think I heard Alana say that until the board actually gets the bylaw and does first reading, that we don't really have a formal way. I don't know. I guess
We can
very
invite
confused by
Alana
this
to up
process.
to the podium, and then that way, because right now we're sort of reaching back, but she might be able to provide some insight I'm not sure. Do you think that'd be helpful?
Yeah, I guess my question would be, the letter talks about us providing comment on the draft bylaw. But
Mhm.
then I thought I heard that actually we wouldn't be providing comments until the bylaw was formally presented to the board. So that's what I'm confused about.
Yeah.
So that would be my question. Is it according to the letter or according to what we
Yeah.
heard?
Are you able to clarify that one thing for council? Thanks, Elena. If you could
Thank
approach
you.
the podium. Oh,
Because I'm hearing two conflicting things. That's why I'm confused.
Through the mayor to council, it's really unfortunate, right? This is complex stuff. It's bylaw nuance and it's legislation. So as I said, I think a source of confusion is in our November 7th letter. There was a statement that comments should be received by December the 8th.
mhm.
Kate has read the first part of that November 10th exchange, but didn't read the next part of the thread, which answers those questions that Nancy had posed. And that's where we hope to provide clarity. So what I'm saying to you is that the legislation says you must give 30 days notice. We had this draft amendment language. We took that to the board back in March. Staff has reviewed it, provided comments on it. Nothing has changed on it. What my point around a bylaw was that a formal referral, we don't do like, whether it's an OCP bylaw, like you give a reading, the board or the council gives a reading before the the commenting referral. Because, and the reason I say that is because it's about, an accurate representation of where we are in the process. We have a proposed amending bylaw. We're suggesting to you that our plan is to take it to the board on December 9th. We're going to be recommending first reading. The board could do many things with that bylaw. And so that's the distinction that I'm trying to draw for you. What I'm suggesting, or what I said during the presentation, was that the door on your ability to comment on a bylaw does not close before first reading has even been given. And I know this is it's a nuance and it's jargon and it's all those things, but this will be familiar to you with your OCP process, right? This is like you, and I tried to draw an analogy to the OCP that your staff has referred to us with a 3-week notice period for comment. Like these timelines are really, really tough, and we get that. So if there's concern, what I said was, if there's concern after that bylaw is received by your staff, after first reading's been granted, about a proposed public hearing date or third reading date, we can have that conversation. It is a minor amendment. We want to move forward with it, and we want you and your staff to have the opportunity to provide the feedback that you think it warrants. So we'll be flexible. We will adjust. I apologize for the language that was in that notice. It is confusing. Had hoped to clarify that for you today. The door is not closed on your ability to comment, and we try to work collaboratively with staff. We look forward to doing this. This is an unfortunate sort of turn of events that's playing out in the public forum. And yeah, that is regrettable to me. So I apologize for that.
No, much appreciated. And
That clarified it for me. Thank you.
yeah, and just as a point, and we brought this up at the meeting with the chair of the regional district. I believe around the same time we had also done a letter regarding the winter shelter that had a very short timeline in turnaround. And I think recognizing that we are working together, and there's lots where there's cross pollination, and I guess I think where the sort of change, I guess, was where this was going to be something that would come next year, and then at some point it changed to this year. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks for that.
Can I just clarify one piece too? The city hasn't actually referred our OCP to the regional districts. I'm not quite clear. We've had some staff conversations, but the referral has not happened. There is no 3-week timeline right now. This is something I've confirmed with the development services team too. So that's not a process that's currently ongoing. And as far as like reading part parts of pieces. This was the information we got back when we sought clarification, which led to the drafting of the report. The report does mention that council can provide comments after this timeline. So that has not been a misinformation provided. We did seek clarity. Even in seeking clarity on the original letter, the email responses we got said the same things, which was we have until this day to provide comments. So I think the question was pretty clear. When will the city be formally referred to the RGS? And the answer was it has been referred. We have until December 9th to provide comments.
Okay, all right, yeah. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to bring this to a head and move on to the rest of the agenda. My inclination is that we not request an extension of the deadline, that we in fact simply change recommendation 1 to advise that we have considered this and have no comment. I think the real point of what staff are recommending is the second recommendation, which is to sort out a better process for these types of engagements between the city and the regional district in the future. And so that's my inclination. I'm happy to move those resolutions if we finish the debate.
Well, you can move them and we can continue conversation. So would you like to move them? And then and I think, and I'll just make sure that Adriana had what you had said. Just
I'll move as recommendation 1 that the city receive the information presented tonight and advise the regional district and not request an extension of the deadline for comment.
okay, that's been and Councillor Frisch. It's all good. I might be able to call the question then. All those in favor? Motion carries. And all right, any questions or comments on recommendation 2? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion carries. All right, and moving on to 5.2.1 McPhee Meadows Phase 2 and 3 request for direction, and I will pass it over. There you go. I was sure it wasn't Kate. Thanks, Kate. Jake.
Thank you, Mayor and
Adam,
Council.
sorry.
This report seeks your direction on phases 2 and 3 of the McPhee Meadows Park project, as well as the potential beach access identified in phase 1. The McPhee Meadows concept plan presented in 2022 outlined 3 phases to allow the park to open early while maintaining flexibility for future design, permitting, and funding. As we move into more complex portions of the site, the constructability and environmental impacts are becoming increasingly significant. Phase 2, often referred to as the Fisherman's Trail, is an informal path through riparian habitat that supports fish, wildlife, and native vegetation. Based on the environmental, geotechnical, and regulatory constraints identified in the report, staff do not recommend proceeding with Phase 2. Phase 3 focuses on lands owned by the Island Corridor Foundation. The 2019 Memorandum of Understanding that supported the joint planning process has expired, and the CVRD is now leading a broader planning process with the ICF, as well as Comox First Nation. Staff recommend removing Phase 3 from the McPhee Meadows project and treating it as a separate park initiative once the CVRD-led planning process is complete. Finally, the original concept plan proposed a pocket beach within Phase 1. Through work with Environment Canada and Nature Trust BC, as well as other permitting authorities, it was determined that additional permitting costs and schedule delays would result if this were included in the initial phase of this project. Staff are now proposing a minimal impact water access path located further away from the pocket beach. Staff do envision this to be a complex project, but recognize that access to the water for a recreational purpose is highly valued. We have our engineer of record, Bain Conway from McElhaney, as well as myself and Director Davidson and Director Saunders here to answer any questions you have. Thanks.
All right, thanks so much for that. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. With regards to Phase 2 and the Fisherman's Trail, that seems to make a lot of sense. In the report, you talked about destabilizing the bank and taking out mature trees, which I can't imagine supporting. But I guess what I'm wondering is was there another option to put in a more simple path that wouldn't necessarily be as accessible to everyone, but still somewhat usable?
Thanks for the question through the mayor to Councillor Frisch. Yeah, there are options for the Fisherman's Trail if we want to go down that direction. We start to get away from, say, our typical design standards. But yeah, we can design what we would like to build there, but then what we'll need to consider then is the permitting ramifications of that. So I think any work that takes place in the Fisherman's Trail will need to be offset somewhere else on site. There would be permitting concerns or let me rephrase that. The timeline to deliver that and try to seek those approvals from the permitting authorities is going to be impactful. And we won't have control over those decisions. So yes, we can build what we would like, but yeah, we just need to be prepared for the complications that come with that.
Yeah, sure. And to be honest, I'm not opposed to slowing down the process and taking time. I mean, we've had some great successes on this property and in other projects, and just sitting back sometimes and enjoying those successes and those amenities could make a lot of sense, especially for the average taxpayer. So I'm not opposed to that. I'm just kind of curious about, there's a set of stairs further upriver near the old Fish and Game, fairly simple set of stairs. But I wonder like how our project kind of lined up with that other standard, which seemed fairly simple, and would a simpler design, less luxurious, possibly save the important trees and the stabilization of that bank, I guess is what I'm asking.
That's a good question through the mayor, Councillor Frisch. The other complication there is the connection. Then once you come up the hill, then you are connecting into the ICF lands, right? So providing some other connection once, whether we built a set of stairs or a path coming up that hill, where will we connect into the greater system, or how do we get out of avoid the uses of private property there? So that's the other piece to consider here. But yeah, there are options. I would say, but I'm not familiar necessarily with the stairs from that you referenced.
Yeah, fair enough. And so I generally in support of what you're suggesting, I just feel like I don't want to completely lose the vision moving forward, even if this takes, 5 or 10 years. I would hate to see it collect dust and get no attention or move forward in any way. So you can go ahead and comment if you like.
And so I would note that we do have a recommendation about phase 3, and so we could consider it through phase 3 or perhaps even some other process as well. But I wouldn't say the door is completely closed on phase 2, even if we did receive direction to not proceed with this phase right now.
Great, thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor McCullough.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. My line of thinking in regards to this report is pretty similar to the questions that Councillor Frisch raised. I'm certainly in agreement that putting a 3-meter wide path in that area doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I mean, I think of Morrison Park, which is also a nature park not too far away. And if we had developed that park with 3-meter paths instead of, the walking trails that are in there, it would really have taken away from the charm of that area. So, yeah, I don't really see a need to have a path as wide as a vehicle could travel on in that little area. But to take the access for an entire other neighborhood off the table also seems like we're really missing an opportunity on providing a really great amenity and also, that long-term vision of connecting all of these great green spaces along the river. And by not creating that other access point, it really kind of isolates who is accessing McPhee Meadows. So and then I actually was thinking about that same staircase because it's it's the park across from my own house. I walk my dog up those stairs every day, and they're landscape ties that are basically fitted into the side of the hill that were put in place after slope failure underneath an old set of concrete stairs. And the city found a great solution there in coming up with a different design standard to meet the needs of that area. And it is on a steep slope. I think the slope is probably steeper than the one
that we're looking at. And, you know, it's also in a sensitive place. So before we make a decision on where we're going with phase 2, I think I'd really like to have some more information on the feasibility of looking at moving away from our standard design. I don't think that every trail in every city park in Courtenay needs a 3-meter pathway. I think in some places it actually makes a lot of sense to not go that way. I am in agreement that phase 3 doesn't really seem like the highest priority, and it also has the most amount of costs associated with it. I believe that's where we contemplated bathrooms and parking and whatnot. You know, in terms of the access to ICF, that's basically blackberry bushes and an open gravel walkway. People walk on that every day. So, I mean, having a trail come out there seems like something we could probably work through a lot easier than trying to get a parking lot on those lands. So that's kind of my thoughts on this, that I'd like us to revisit what's possible there before we really decide to park this indefinitely. And I'll leave it there.
All right. I don't know, that's not a question, it's just a comment, so I'll pass it over to Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I was generally understanding the rationale for the recommendations, but also agree with Councillor McCollum that it would be nice to explore a potential kind of simpler, less impactful trail. Now that McPhee Meadows is officially opened, there's obviously an informal trail that the residents use and many other people, including the fishermen that the trail's named after. So if in lieu of having a proper trail, it's going to be used anyway, there's still going to be impact to that area. So one of my questions is, are we planning to enforce the use of, you know, people tromping through there and destroying the plants? Is bylaw going to go down there? I mean, you know, because I'm thinking if we're not, then that damage is going to happen regardless. And maybe a better solution is to try to come up with a middle ground, that we could have something that could be used that keeps people on the trail, basically. So that's one question. I have a question about the water as well, if I can.
Through the mayor, Councillor Moore, and just to answer your question about enforcement on informal trails, we don't have a practice in the city of restricting access in parks or on informal trails unless there's a safety risk. So if there was a risk or hazard posed to users, then we would absolutely look at closing informal trails or blocking them off or posting notices. This is a trail that currently exists, and so even when we look at and when we're looking at the design for McPhee Meadows, the sort of principles are to do as little as improvement as possible. And so that's one of the conflicts that's arising here, is in order for us to do any improvement, it has substantial trade-offs and requirements for the park through the Ecological Gift Program and through Nature Trust. And so, no, we wouldn't do any enforcement. Of course, if we started to see damage in other areas of the park where there isn't currently access and new informal paths are possibly being created, that may be a different conversation. But again, that would be balanced with public access, risk assessment, safety, and sort of capacity to enforce.
Yeah, so just as a follow-up around the component of the Nature's Trust also is keeping an eye on how we're managing this park. So feasibly, we could get taken to task for, we've opened up public access now. We could get taken to task for people, even though they've been doing it forever. You know, we do have requirements to follow the rules, I guess, basically. Is that not correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Morin, we do have an obligation, of course, to adhere to the expectations around the park. A park management plan was developed, about 10 or 15 years ago and in draft. one of the next steps will be finalizing that park management plan, and it will require the Nature Trust to sign off on that. And it would identify that there is, for instance, this Fisherman's Trail that already exists. And I would assume that that would continue to be an acceptable use. Of course, if that started to change the park and the damage, I mean, we may have to reassess, but at this point, that's not something, you know, in the park that Councilor McCollum referenced, there's informal trails as well. We have many nature parks with these sorts of agreements, Vanier, Hereford Hill, Sandwick. And so we would take a very similar approach, but that management plan would be our document in terms of guiding us on our next steps with the park. But
Okay, thank you. Would you prefer for me to wait till after Councillor Frisch?
It's the rule.
Okay.
Uh,
I do want to see.
Councillor Frisch, you've got the floor.
Well, thank you. So I'm feeling all this similar concerns around beach access and the slope, and you know, doing more development but not having a stairway. So I wanted to ask a quick question about what we budgeted for the design work for the Fisherman's Trail for phase 2 before. Was it $3 million? Was that roughly?
This Mayor, to Councillor Frisch, we had budgeted $300,000 for that's a combined design phase for combined phase 2 and phase 3 for the design phase, and about $3 million for the construction phase. So,
okay.
Yep.
And so what I'm concerned about is if we go ahead with you know, beach access, we could be just putting more people into a situation where they're going to want to cut up that slope, and it's just going to be a mess. We've seen what's happened in some other areas where we've opened it up for certain activities and people just trample down all the bushes, and you know, sometimes there's benefit to that, but in this area I think it could be a problem. So I wonder if it's worth even putting in a beach access, even a modest one, until we figure out how people are going to access it in a good way. What do you think that there's a certain amount of money that would move us forward in looking at a modest stairway that would, you know, even if we're waiting on ICF, even if that plan is contingent on the work that's being done in phase 3, is there some amount of money that could sort of keep that moving forward and hold off on all the rest of it?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Frisch. So in the recommendation, we, if you were to direct us to proceed with the beach access, where we were asking for $100,000 to continue that design, we think that could advance, you know, portions of at least early investigations into beach access, could likely help us move down the path for stairs as well. So I think if with the approval of the third recommendation there, I think that would provide us the resources we need to start looking into that further.
Sure, that sounds fair, and I'll leave it to Councillor Moran to propose a motion, but I would highly support you know, modest infrastructure in this park, and including the beach access, and maybe not even calling it beach, just call it access to the river. And yeah, I don't think we need to make it super easy for every single person to get in and out of the river at that point. And in fact, making it somewhat more challenging. I mean, tubing down the river is in fact challenging, and people need to respect that. Making the access equally as challenging is not, in my opinion, a bad thing. And we'll let people go down river where it's easy to get in and out in a place that's going to have less degradation to the environment. So thanks for listening.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. Councillor McCollum, I don't think you've spoken yet. You did. Councillor Moran, you're up.
Yeah, just regarding the water access, yeah, I would like some exploration on options for that. That's proposed in the recommendation. I just want to clarify, so the little pocket beach that's there right now that people use informally, the new area is proposed is downriver from that beach? I'm trying to visualize it.
Yeah, through the Mayor to Councillor Moran, yeah, we are considering further away from that existing pocket beach.
Yeah.
That pocket beach is pretty close to private residence there. We've definitely heard some complaints about that, so yeah.
So, I mean, it's actually fairly level all along there. There's not like a big cliff or anything. So I guess I'm just trying to get clarification from Counselor Frisch around the stairs that you're talking about. Because
Yeah,
I can't
just
really.
briefly, I just think if we put it people into that area, they're gonna think, you know, maybe I can go west up the river and cut up to First Street, and they'll just climb up the slope to the ICF property.
Oh, the other direction.
Yeah, the other direction.
Okay.
So that's what
Yeah.
I was thinking. That was my concern.
So I see the beach access is separate from the staircase idea. Yeah, so I'm not opposed to that, exploring that. And in the report, it says that even if we decide on that, the beach is like at least 3 years away. So maybe people who really care about the beach will have forgotten by then. But yeah, I'm not opposed to what's being proposed here. Thanks. And I don't really have a motion for you, Counselor Frisch, because I think the staircase thing is your vision, which I don't necessarily have in my head. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moore.
Yeah, can I just respond on the 3 years away? I don't want to underestimate the level of permitting and oversight of Nature Trust BC, Environment Canada, the Ecological Gift Program. We're going to bring in archaeological permitting here as well. We'll bring in the province. As far as water sustainability, DFO likely as well. There will be a lot of people at the table here, and so I was hoping to maybe set some expectations there. But yeah, I didn't want to overlook the complications on the site.
Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Just it's incumbent on me as the city manager to remind council that we are dealing with an incredibly complicated property that has significant constraints, and that's been explained to council very, in various options. And so we've had to tackle a whole bunch of items. So we can appreciate that there has been a historical use of this property when it was private as well, but it's now a public park. It has a management plan. There are some constraints, and they're, questions kind of like sort of how it's going to be utilized. These are just matters that we have constraints, and we need to do that. And I can appreciate my colleague, Mr. Pitcher, talking about expectations. We just want to be really clear. Council can give us direction to look at these options. But I think we just need to remember that this is a very, very special place, which comes with some special and challenging management issues. And no doubt that will butt up against both neighborhood implications, user implications, and just kind of that historical. So we'll do our best. And I think this is another example of kind of monitoring. We actually will probably, we have reporting requirements in accordance with our agreements, monitoring, and we'll keep council informed on that. And perhaps it changes over time, but we have to deal with what we have now. So thank you.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, just some questions on the costs and our financial planning around this work. I think I heard you say that we have currently, prior to making a decision on this, $300,000 in our capital plan for design for phase 2 and phase 3. Is that correct? So that exists already, and the part that I'm not clear about is it says that there's 2.8 million allocated for construction for phase 2 and phase 3. My recollection is that, and it's been a long time since I've seen the full plan, but I seem to recall that that is for a parking lot and bathrooms, and that was the main cost. So what is the cost currently of, what we are contemplating with, I believe it was switchbacks and a wide path? Like, what was that? Like, what is the current phase 2 costs in our capital plan without the phase 3 piece?
Through the mayor to Councilor McCollum, that's a great question. It's actually something I can't answer right now, but I would say yes, that you're right, that the construction and the design costs are reflect both phases, and that phase 3 definitely had a larger component to it. So I'd suspect it takes up the majority of those costs. But yeah, it does go back to the question also then of what do we want to build in phase two? Is it a 3 meter wide path? Is it a small trail? And then especially when it comes to the stairs and that access coming up the hill, it can be very expensive as we had considered in phase one, or it could be perhaps more minimal as how we landed with phase one. So yeah, there's a lot of scope questions there, but yeah, I would say that a lot of the costs previously proposed for the this project were related to phase three.
That's great. I think Chris Davidson wants to
Yep.
chime in here
You okay?
before I go.
I'll let him
Yeah.
up. Mr. Davidson.
Yes, thank you very much. Through the CAO to Mayor and Council, I would just add those costs as originally developed. I do not think properly accounted for all of the permitting and engagement required to construct in this area. We've had a significant amount of lessons learned through our phase one development, time, staff time, consultant time, specialist time. If council were keen to proceed with construction in this area, we'd be reviewing these costs in great detail, likely escalating them. These costs have been escalated out accordingly based on our standard escalation amounts, but considering the area and all the complexities, I think it would be prudent to expect further costs. Touching briefly on the question of temporary stairs, I think there would still be a question about access rates to be negotiated with the ICF corridor. And so I don't think that should be lightly glossed over because I understand those conversations are still ongoing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. That's helpful. I think what makes sense to me is rather than including $100,000 and taking out our previous design allocation, that we leave that the way it is, the design costs, and then I guess what I would like to see is more information about whether or not a different version of phase two is feasible. I don't really know from this conversation if it's just something I would like, or if that is really something that we could do without creating complexities that we hadn't originally contemplated when we first put this plan forward. And I'd like to know what the costs are without phase three on the overall vision for these access points. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what would be the best direction to provide right now, but that's kind of my overall thinking on what would make the most sense going forward is doing some design work on the beach and getting some more information about phase two before we take that off the table.
Yep, Miss Saunders. I'll let you guys fight over it.
You go, Sam.
Yep, okay, thanks. Thank you. Just through the Mayor to Councilor McCollum, I just want to offer, and my colleagues in engineering can speak to the design process, but in phase two, the originally proposed switchback is on ICF lands. So to proceed with design on property that is currently in a visioning process that the city has very little influence or involvement in, I think would be difficult. At this time, staff are beginning to be invited to conversations around the ICF visioning, but we have not been involved since this process. We've been very lightly involved, I should say, and for good reason. But since the process started, I guess about a year ago, so we don't have a lot of insight into the future of the ICF, what the plans are, what the priorities are. And so it puts, for instance, the MOU that we have with the ICF sort of, it's a couple of years ago, we would have said that's very certain. We had a lot of plans and commitments around use of ICF property for public access and trails and parks. I think that is less certain at this time. And so I would just offer that to proceed with design and costing on a piece of property that we're not clear on whether or not it will have public access or lead even to a space that has public access. Just offer that as context that would be one reason to hold off on that piece of work until we have clarity around the next steps on the ICF visioning and planning process.
Right.
Yeah, that's a very useful point. I did remember seeing that in the report, and then I've quickly forgot it, that that particular piece is on the ICF piece of this parcel. In my mind, it's just phase 3 that is ICF lands, but yeah, there is of course that chunk on phase 2 that is also there, which does certainly change my thinking on this. But I would still like us to have an idea as to what would be feasible there. Maybe not detailed design, but just maybe a further report from staff as to whether or not that is a possibility should the right of way or the access be worked out with Island Corridor. And I don't know if there's kind of a in between that is reasonable for further information dialogue on this. But I am hesitant to just take this off and put it away for an indefinite amount of time.
To the Mayor, to Councilor McCollum, and recognize we have a complex and lengthy staff report here. So on page 6 of 12, I do outline some ability to, or some options to proceed with phase 2. And so what I could suggest we could come back with is an options analysis comparing various construction options, including the estimated costs and impacts and constructability, and report back to council. So I'd offer that as a path forward, if you choose.
Thanks for that. And Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So I'm introducing a new topic. I know Councillor Hillian is probably wishing it was dinner break, but one more thing to bring up. I had a chat with our city manager and around the potential of looking at the orchard, which has not been part of the park plan, but was definitely a significant part of the family activity on that property. And I did have some initial conversations with family members around continuing to utilize that orchard, which has not been well cared for and may not be feasible. And I believe Mr. Garbett was going to look at, whether the covenant and the agreement would allow for that. And I know that we don't have that information yet, but I just wanted to plant that seed that depending on the information that comes back, I may put forward a notice of motion just to explore the possibilities of that. And doing that in partnership with potentially a community organization that could help manage the orchard and make an actual community orchard, which would contribute to our food systems part of the OCP as well. So I think it could tick some boxes there. And it would also, I guess, honor the legacy of the McPhee family and that orchard, which was really near and dear to Mr. McPhee's heart. And I think that would, I know it's not been part of the plan, but I don't foresee it as being hugely expensive, but we'd have to get that information back. So I'm just planting the seed now, and that might come forward. Just don't want to surprise you all. Thanks.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. Yeah, I'm inclined to like a dog let go of his bone. I see that's a great argument by staff, and we're waiting for ICF, and the stairs are on ICF property. It all makes a ton of sense. And it sounds like I'm hearing that even if we just keep a modest amount in our budget at $100,000, we can proceed with some design for the access. And is it also possible with that same amount of money, we could explore some modest and cost-effective concept for the stairs and switchbacks?
Good, Mayor. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Yeah, it's a modest amount, but I think that could do it.
Yeah, and I know on page 6 you did talk about going ahead and doing a much more comprehensive and fulsome charge ahead with the design and build of it, but I'm happy to let that go. It also doesn't it's not lost on me that I'm pushing to cut back on our budget and decrease costs, and here it is in our lap, taking $3 million out of the budget. So I think that's also a wise way to go. So do you think we need to change the motion somewhat just to add in that piece about exploring further options for the access to the upper ICF lands when that's possible? Through the stairway and pathway and all that.
Mr. Davidson.
Yes, thank you for the question through the CAO to Mayor and Council. Staff do always appreciate very specific direction when possible. If you have something specific in mind, staff would be very happy to receive that. Thank you.
Sure. And Mr. Garbert's got a comment as well.
Yeah.
Through the mayor, we are going to be talking about capital program. Thank you for acknowledging we had direction in 2025 to consider fees. The second part of the recommendation resolution, there is a very involved process coming with the CVRD and ICF about that vision. And I believe there's a session on December 4th to talk at the big picture level. And really, if the ICF, that vision, I think it may be, we can capture the conversation that we need to continue to have some dialogue relative to that, but we do have a from and to challenge, and we don't yet have that 100% from the ICF at this point. And so I think the resolution we have, or the recommendation there, in the second point, that the outcome of that with phase 3, which is that connection, is in, I would say, entirely dependent on a third party control of a property where we had an understanding previously. However, we do know that a lot of conversation is happening with the ICF right now. And it's a big unknown. So to kind of commit time, which equals money and staff time, when we already have a very involved capital program, I think I would suggest that this conversation about subsequent phase planning would be challenging to undertake in 2026 with all of the items that you will hear about during the COW. So I just want to manage expectations on that because we have an unknown.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and just interested in keeping the concept in the realm of those discussions with ICF and coming to council whenever it's appropriate. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Fresh and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, so looking back in the report on what was outlined on page 6, when I read the report, I interpreted that to mean if we wanted to proceed with phase 2 as it's described. But I'm more interested in finding out what the alternative, which is also listed in a different part of the staff report as option 2, develop an additional alternative park path design, which I think means design standard, not move it to a different area. So I guess circling back to providing some clear direction, I hesitate with the first part of this recommendation that says not to proceed and to remove funding from the capital plan for phase 2. I'm in agreement on the phase 3 part that it's too far down the road and it's just unclear as to whether or not it's worth investing time and money into that piece. But I think what would make more sense is to say that council directs staff to not proceed with phase 2 as currently designed and have staff report back on updated capital plan. This maybe makes more sense to me. Looking around. Yeah. Sorry, I should have maybe wrote something down before I read this off the screen. Yeah, so the council directs staff to not proceed with phase 2 of the McPhee Meadows plan as currently designed, and report back with an alternative and an updated capital plan. Does that make sense? And then the rest of the recommendation as written on the screen.
And Adam, that provides you with clarity?
Yeah, I think so. I would have, yes.
Said with confidence, thank you. All right, Mr. Garbett.
Yeah, thanks. And like I said, next week we're going to be talking about capital stuff, so we'll probably very quickly be back talking about this and timing and when that could be included or not included. That is why we are undertaking these cows, to get specific direction to develop our annual financial plan and 5-year financial plan. So really great dialogue. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. It is not. But the first paragraph or first sentence changed. Re-say it. I'll turn your mic back on. It sounded perfect, just.
The council directs staff to not proceed with phase 2 of McPhee Meadows as currently planned and report back to council with alternate option and updated capital plan.
That sounds even better. So. Absolutely. Thanks for doing that, Councillor Moore. It's much appreciated. And I believe it was seconded. It was seconded, right? So we're all good. I'm just confirming with staff that we're all tickety-boo. I don't see any further questions or comments, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And motion carries. We're about 6:20. Dinner has arrived, so we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back around 6:40. Welcome back, everybody. We're moving into item 5.2.2, the Courtenay District Memorial Outdoor Pool Options Analysis with the pool replacement. And I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Thank you through the mayor to council. We're really, really excited to have this report in front of you. It's a very important piece of infrastructure in our community, the Courtenay District Memorial Outdoor Pool Options Analysis. Adam Pitcher, our manager of capital projects, is going to introduce this. And then Kate Busby, who's been assisting us very ably with this outdoor pool work, is going to make a presentation. So over to staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This report presents the results of the options analysis for the Courtenay Memorial Pool, which has served our community since 1949 and is now at the end of its useful life. The options analysis has looked at 3 options: repair, renovate, or fully replace the pool, along with implications of decommissioning if no capital investment is made. Each option was evaluated against key objectives, including community need, life cycle costs, accessibility, climate resilience, and overall facility performance. We also reviewed site considerations like floodplain requirements, permitting, and parking as well. A comprehensive engagement process, including 2 open houses and an online survey, showed strong support for the full replacement. The evaluations matrix and engagement results demonstrate that option 3, replacement, aligns most strongly with the project objectives and reflects community interests. While it's the most expensive option at $32.5 million, it also offers the longest lifespan and increased service capacity. Based on this analysis, staff are recommending proceeding with the replacement of the outdoor pool. We have our architect, Kate Busby from Faulkner Browns, who will take us through a presentation.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Kate. I'm from Faulkner Browns Architects. We're the consultant team that is leading a wider consultant team that has been working with the city on this project. We gave a project update on September 10th, and today is the final report presentation for the study. Just the next slide, please. Oh, the clicker. Yay. Thank you. Today we'll provide a recap of the background of the project in terms of previous planning, goals, and timeline for the study. We'll talk about context in terms of the site and the facility condition. We'll go through the 3 proposed development options. We'll look at the costing process and the capital cost estimates, and then we'll take a look at the new information that's been gathered since September. So firstly, we'll look at engagement, the community consultation that was undertaken between September and October, late October, and the results of that public survey. And lastly, we'll present an options analysis evaluation and some proposed recommendations, and we'll be available after for questions. So there was a lot of previous planning work that guided the direction of the pool options analysis. That included the 2019 Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which recommended that a feasibility study for replacing the outdoor pool activities be undertaken. In 2023, there was the Comox Valley Aquatics Needs Strategy that was completed with the CVRD. And then following that, the City of Courtenay's own public survey, which identified a preference to keep the pool at the current Lewis Park site, but to increase service and improve accessibility through renovation. So we began this study by working with the city to determine the values that should drive the project, as well as an overarching project goal to study the options and associated costing for the future of the memorial pool at its current location. The timeline, in the spring of this year, we began working on the study. We did background research and conducted site reviews to assess conditions. And then through the summer, we worked with the city to develop the potential development options. Those were then costed. And that was what we presented to the city at our reporting on September 10th. At that meeting, council directed that the staff proceed with the public engagement in order to receive feedback. The public engagement phase involved open houses and an open survey, and we're presenting this here today as part of our final reporting. The full options analysis report and summarizing the full project work and the details and findings is included as an appendix to the pool replacement staff report. So this is just an excerpt. Starting with context. The Lewis Park site has some significant design and associated risks. These context considerations are important as they will invariably impact cost and project timelines and add to project risk for any development option. So these are the environmental considerations. It's in a sensitive area within a riparian zone, and development in the area would be subject to federal and provincial permitting. There's redevelopment of the site would also be subject to floodplain regulations. Meeting the required flood construction level would require raising the pool and deck level by about 2 meters. And if we do not meet the flood construction level, the site would be at risk for damage from flooding. All of the proposed development options would likely also require some level of archaeological assessment and permitting. In terms of facility condition, the outdoor pool is in need of urgent capital investment, either through renovation or redevelopment to remain operational and to serve the community. The facility is now at a point where the maintenance costs are approaching the cost of full facility replacement. So without investment, the pool faces closure, either planned or unplanned. And therefore, no decision on the future of the pool is effectively an option. So it's really not an option to do nothing at this point. We worked with the city to propose a range of future scenarios for a comparative analysis. So option 1 is to repair the existing pool. Option 2, renovate the existing pool, so with more fulsome renovation. Option 3 is a full replacement with a new pool. And if no development is desired, the pool would need to be decommissioned. In the next few slides, we're going to go through each of these options and give a brief overview of what works are proposed. But we are happy to go back and provide more detail on any of these. So firstly, option 1 is repair. This option addresses only the critical repairs and improvements to the existing facility to address key operational, health, and safety concerns. This is mostly related to the pool tank and the deck. In this option, there's no raising of the deck level to meet the new construction level. And also in this option, the decommissioned wading pool is removed and not replaced. It doesn't, the option 2 is renovate. It includes all the improvements proposed in the repair option, but it additionally proposes a full replacement of the change room building in the administrative areas and some mechanical and lighting upgrades. In this option, we actually replace the wading pool with a similar size wading pool, but we add a beach style slope entry for better accessibility. So similar to option 1, we are retaining the existing tank form. And we're not raising the deck level to meet the new flood construction level. Therefore, we're not addressing the risk of flood damage. Option 3 is replacing with a new pool. This proposes the full redevelopment of the existing pool and buildings, but on the same site location. The replacement would include a new 6-lane, 25-meter pool, but also expand it to include a connected leisure pool, water features, new change room, service spaces, and includes in this plan multi-purpose room space. The water area and capacity to serve the community would increase by about 1/3, so it would grow the ability to serve the community. This option does address the site's flood risk. It would be designed to meet the flood construction level as noted in the city's 2024 flood management plan by raising the deck and the buildings by approximately 2 meters. The replacement option also includes a parking area expansion. It does this by relocating the splash park and the playground to the existing green space on the west side of the site, on the other side of the pool. For comparative analysis, the study also looked at what would be involved in terms of closure and demolition of the existing pool and making the site good for alternative uses. The decommission work would include construction of a small washroom and electrical building to replace the essential systems that are currently located as part of the existing pool facility. Those systems are important for serving the spray park. So the Class D estimates were prepared by a professional quantity surveyor by using the drawings and the reports from the architectural, structural, mechanical, and electrical teams. So these estimated capital costs and lifespan extensions reflect a range of potential future options. The repair option focuses only on the critical upgrades. Of the redevelopment option, it has the lowest capital cost and is anticipated to extend the lifespan for roughly 5 to 10 years. The renovate option aims to bring the facility more in alignment with the current building code and accessibility requirements over the repair option. It replaces the washroom building and additional mechanical improvements, and that would extend the life of the facility significantly for about 15 to 20 years. It doesn't repair some other major mechanical items that would need to be upgraded in about that time span. The replace option has the highest estimated capital cost, but it's a full replacement with no anticipated major capital improvements, and thus has an estimated lifespan for at least 40 years without significant additional capital investment. The decommission option, which we've also included, has an estimate of project cost of about $1.6 million. So the new part. Everything up to this point was shown at the September 10th meeting. Following that meeting, we've been working to gather feedback from the community regarding the different design options. The engagement involved, hosting this information on the Engage Comox Valley website starting in mid-September, right after the meeting. We hosted some in-person open houses at the Comox Valley Farmers Market and the Lewis Center. We had information boards also at the outdoor pool and the Lewis Center. And we included an online public engagement survey. So that ran from mid-September until October 22, so a little over 4-week period. We promoted participation in this engagement process through posters, handouts online through the city's various social platforms and traditional media, including newspaper and radio adverts. We shared the 3 proposed options. We also shared the impact considerations for each options, including the cost expectations, the estimated tax increase if both the costs were shared by the Comox Valley Regional District or if paid by Courtenay residents only. The survey was focused primarily on gauging level of support for the various options, understanding all of these various implications. The survey received 619 responses throughout the period. It gathered information on how these respondents use the pool, residents, age, household composition, and their identification with equity deserving groups if they self-identified as that. And we did this so we could understand the demographics of who was responding, and then we could cross-reference that with some of the responses. It showed that there was a wide range of age groups responding from various backgrounds, and there was participation from both Courtenay and the wider CBRD, about 50-50. Overall, the survey responses showed strong community-wide support for replacing the outdoor pool and maintaining the outdoor aquatic services in some capacity. So there wasn't a lot of support for removing the pool or doing very little. About half of the support respondents that showed that support were from City of Courtenay, There was primarily strong response for either renovation, option 2, or replacement, option 3, and that was across the region. Now, when we go in and look at City of Courtenay residents specifically, of those respondents, there was a very similar level of support for strong support or support for both options 2 and 3. And then for residents outside of Courtenay, so Comox, Cumberland, and the various electoral areas, there was actually even a higher level of support or strong support for options 2 and 3. So it seems one key finding was that respondents think it's important for Comox Valley to have an outdoor pool. So that reflects some of the earlier engagement that was done. And the highest level of support was for the replace option. So here, when we ask respondents which of the options presented was their preferred option, there was a somewhat disproportionate support for option 3, the replacement option. There was preference for option 3 by both those who live in and outside of Courtenay, from people who visited the pool frequently to those who rarely or never visited the pool, and from all ages and from households that both have and do not have children living with them. Option 2 was the second preferred option, but there was very little support for option 1, repair, shown. So we have a full breakdown kind of summary with graphics included in the options analysis report that's included in the appendix. For option 3, the pool that was identified as the preferred option by the majority of respondents, with support consistent across all demographics and levels of participation. And this gave a variety of responses of why they were in support of option 3. So in this next section, we look at an evaluation of the various options. It's a little small, but it's included in your package. Effectively, red it means that the element is, or the option is not meeting that criteria very well, and green or darker tone is better meeting that priority criteria. So here we review each of these 3 options in this evaluation matrix against those primary project objectives and that were defined early in the study. So we can see in this matrix that option 1 is the least expensive option, but it only addresses the immediate and critical concerns, and it offers little community or environmental benefit. Option 2, the renovate option, provides improvements to accessibility and with the new change room buildings, but it doesn't respond to the flood risks and it doesn't increase the service levels. Option 3 more effectively demonstrates strong alignment with all the 6 project objectives, but it is the most expensive option, but it also provides for the longest lifespan and increases the service capacity to address growing community need. When we overlay community support from the survey results, we see it reinforces options, the kind of support for option 3, but then also option 2 to a certain extent. There is highest overall support for option 3. So as we see, the results of the options analysis show option 3 both most effectively meets community need through the proposed replacement pool, but it also has the highest level of community support. It is the most expensive option, as we've reiterated over and over again, at $32.5 million. And this option addresses the site and flood risks, but it also increases the area of and variety of outdoor aquatic recreation experiences. Option 2 shows strong support in the community engagement, and we want to identify that. It had the second highest level of overall support from the community. So even though it didn't have the highest level of preferred support, it had a fairly overall, there's still overall level support. It does not address the flood risk and concerns in terms of raising the deck level, and it doesn't propose increasing the pool area, but it does have a lower capital cost associated with the build. And I'll pass it back over.
Thank you, Kate. So yeah, we're here to take any questions. I'll note that we have a number of resolutions associated with the staff report. But yeah, we're here to take your questions, both Kate and I, as well as Director Davidson and Director Saunders.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for that great report. And I mean, it sounds a little bit like the conversation we had around the table here. So I'll pass it over to Councillor Cole-Helm.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks so much for this report. I just wanted to start off with just a question for kind of information or clarity. So option 2 is a well-supported option, but one of the drawbacks, it seems, it does not increase the level of the deck, those 2 meters. If I recall correctly, it does talk about raising the electrical systems so that those are likely beyond any reasonable flood. So I guess I'm wondering, flooding, I would also assume, would tend to occur in the wintertime, time when the pool is not being used due to greater levels of rainfall. So at that point, I would imagine the pool would be empty, so you wouldn't have chlorine in it. So if you have the electrics at a higher level, not affected by water, and if you have no chlorinated water in the pool that could get into the river, so I'm wondering if you could just spell out what the other concerns about not elevating it would be, what the primary ones would be.
And really it would come down to basic level of flood risk and damage to the building and the facilities. I guess in terms of facilities, these are ones that are designed to be robust, and they're high humidity environments that also are subject to, treated water. So typically this would not be a recommendation that we build within a flood construction level. But in terms of typology of building that could withstand this, there is still risk in terms of some of the water treatment areas, and I think that would need to be explored further, as well as other means to control flood, and mitigate flood risk. There's other means to do that. I'm not an expert on that, but raising the flood construction level is one of many that would need to be considered.
That's
Do you have a follow-up? Yeah.
And I know that it spoke of having the electrical systems raised. Was the modeling for option 2 also looking to construct a more robust structure? You said it's already used to humidity and harsh chemicals and water, which is obviously good if you're trying to resist a flood. Does this design involve more sort of specifically robust and resistant materials that would do better than others in the case of a flood?
The challenge with this is that the only new build that we're doing on this is the deck. In this option here is the deck and the pool, and then the new amenity building. So all of the other buildings around it would, they'd be the same construction, and that would include the mechanical space. So once we start to kind of move into that territory, then our costs would go up, and we're starting to move into the territory of the replacement value. We didn't specifically look at designing it for incurring flood in the design, and it wasn't costed in that way. It was costed per a normal pool building. I think it would be something that would be detailed in terms of selection of, say, the pool coating material, and some other considerations in terms of risk of having non-treated water coming into the pool area.
So some, but not all, resilient side for efforts like the different coating or putting electrics up have been considered, but not all, and that's.
Oh. I was going to say, you can leave your microphone on.
The electrical system, that's a code requirement. We wouldn't be able to build a new building without building the electrical system and the incoming electrical above that level. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. And maybe just another quick follow-up on this. You know, I think when we were talking about this a while back, the other big factor was that the lifespan of this was much shorter than replacement. And so then you're looking at the replacement cost, which wouldn't be the cost in front of us today, but it would be that escalated cost in 10 or 15 years. So I think that was another thing that we talked about in terms of those. Well, we know it's going to be more expensive. That's all. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again. A question about the resiliency to flooding, and maybe this is a technical question. I don't know if I remember correctly, but is there like a hydraulic pressure issue if there is flooding, and then, you know, the coating or whatever, the bottom of the pool is trying to float up and get pressed up? Like, could it be severely damaged? And we did have the one flood back in, I want to say it was 2014 or so. Yeah, is that a real issue?
Yeah, it's an issue. It's actually an issue with all outdoor pools because they're often quite deep. So we deal with them in two means. One is through mechanical means and pumping, and the other is through structural means. In this case, we designed it in terms of structural because we're aware and we had to make assumptions. We don't have a geotechnical assessments, but we made some assumptions just based on the hydrology information that we do have for the site. So that was one consideration for the site specifically that was introduced into all of the designs, because all of the designs include a replacement of the pool basin, which you can see is in itself quite an expensive item to replace. Yeah.
Sure. And in the case of a repair, I guess that's not contemplated.
Sorry, all of the options
Including
include for some mitigation. The best means to do that is through a new tank, and that only the replacement option includes a full new tank.
So in the repair instance, it would be more like mechanical, like pumping, or okay. And if I'm doing the math here, you've got the total costs, including operations and maintenance. So to replace it, it's about $81 million. That's today's dollars, I assume. Is that
Sorry, can we repeat the question?
the life cycle costing summary on page? Well, actually, it's page 35. And it just outlines, I think, the cost of the project plus the cost of operations and maintenance. And I guess just for anyone's benefit, it's the repair is 31 million, the renovate's 50 million, and the replace is 80 million. And so I'm just trying to do the math here. If we're going to expect it to last 80 years, which is, I guess, on the high end, like $1,000 a year. And I wonder what we're spending right now to maintain the pool we have. And I know it's probably getting more expensive every year. But is it in that kind of ballpark anyways? Sorry, I know it's maybe not part of the report, but.
Yeah, so are you trying to refer back to what the current costs are?
Yeah, the current pool and what
Okay.
we're spending every year to maintain that. I know
There's a chart on page 35 that's relatively detailed with that the one you're referring to.
Yeah, that's the one on page 35 is about our options in front of us, but I guess I'm just trying to contemplate what we're spending right now on the pool every year. And I don't know if Susie, you remember, oh, she's got her light on.
Ms. Saunders.
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Frisch. I'm going to give you some approximate numbers. I can pull up detailed ones if necessary, but our operations, our maintenance costs and sort of capital maintenance costs previously were averaging around 100 and 125,000. In the recent years have been more around $150,000 a year on top of our sort of regular operating costs, which I'd have to look into those a bit more, probably in the $200,000 to $300,000 a year in terms of operating costs. So if you were to take the 80 million divided by 80 years and $1 million a year, we're not there, but this includes capital costs as well as escalation and projections. And so they're not quite apples to apples. And as per the staff report, option 3 is a larger pool. And so it is expected it will have increased operating costs, just to provide service to additional folks, whether it's through swimming lessons or drop-in, and just having a larger facility to maintain. So hopefully that answers your question. If you want more specific numbers, I can.
That's really good, actually. And so if we're looking at a replace option, just the operations and maintenance, it's closer to $500,000 a year. And so that would be a little more, be twice what we're spending now to operate our current one. I'm sorry if I'm speaking off the cuff and it's hard to verify if I'm accurate or not, but yeah, I guess I'm just contemplating, yeah, like what the value, I guess I'm just contemplating what the value is to the community to have this pool rebuilt and just to spend the money on this. How many visitors like do we have? I know you've given us the numbers for the visitors for the pool. Do you have like an idea of how many visits we get in the season? Because it's just the summer season that it's open.
Through the mayor to Councillor Frisch, I do. I just happened to have 18,000 this year. So we had 18,000 visits, and the pool, if a council proceeded with the replace option, the water capacity increases by 30%. So we could expect a minimum of a 30% increase. I think we would expect more than that because a new pool with new amenities, new change rooms, new features will drive visitors beyond just sort of its typical capacity increase. I'll also offer in the life cycle cost analysis, and we mentioned it in the report, it's a very high level analysis, at least from the operations side to estimate these costs, but it also includes future capital costs beyond our annual ones. The number I provided on our annual capital maintenance of 100 to 150,000, that doesn't include the sort of cyclical nature of replacements when you have to replace systems or that type of thing, and that is built into this life cycle cost analysis. So these numbers are encompassing those major capital upgrades in the lifespan of the pool, as well as just your annual upgrades. So
Right, that is a lot more comprehensive than what we're dealing with when we see our budget every year. So
Yeah.
thanks for clarifying that. Just a quick comment, like for me, it's a really tough question. It's a lot of money, and I think I don't know if I can make a decision tonight because I'd like to see the context of our larger budget talks. Like what is this going to mean? What would we be putting aside every year or planning to borrow in the next 5 years or 4 years to pull this off? So I'm interested to hear what other council members are thinking.
All right, thanks, Councillor Frisch, and we'll go to Councillor Cole Hamilton.
I've already spoken,
Oh.
so perhaps someone
We'll
else.
go to Councillor Morin.
So with the replace option, we'd also be getting a multi-purpose room. How many square feet is that? I'm just wondering, would that be a revenue generating space as well? Like, because we are always at a loss for space for recreation?
Who wants to take it? Susie.
sure, if you know the square footage, I'll put that back to you. Through the mayor to Councillor Morin, and thank you actually for asking that question, because the life cycle cost analysis does not include any accounting for revenue, just as a note. So that's not accounted for. Those are purely expenses. There would be revenue opportunities through the multi-purpose room from a couple of perspectives, programming being number one, and we are short for programming space. But another significant revenue generated opportunity when it comes to pools is parties and birthday parties and rentals. And so we don't currently have a way to accommodate that. And so there would be opportunity there for sure. Yeah, but I don't know the square footage. I think we based it on our
But it's a
activity
good
room.
size.
So
Yeah, we based it off the activity room at the Lewis Center, as the same scale. Yeah.
So not a large space, but a space enough to hold some courses, like to do aquatic programs, life-saving programs, and then birthday parties as an example.
Yeah, and then of course there's more opportunity for swim meets and things like that, and so those revenue generating. Yeah, I have a summer child with a summer birthday, and we rented the pool a lot, but it wasn't as busy back then. So I guess I better let someone else go because I have another question. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Councillor Morin, and Councillor McCall.
Thanks. Yeah, I have a few questions as well, so I'll just take a turn with one of them. Just looking at the engagement, I think it is really helpful to get a sense of, if the community, when they dig into this material, is seeing the issue in the same way. And I think it's pretty clear that option or the replacement option makes a lot of sense to especially to those that are regular users of the pool, of the outdoor pool. I guess, my concern is just that and this is not in any way of criticism of the process, but just a fact of how these things work, that we engage on one topic, but of course it never takes in kind of the broader picture. And, you know, this all came out of doing the aquatics study, which did look at a kind of broader issue, and then had us hone in on the outdoor pool based on some of the information that came out of that. But then, you know, we're looking at the costs of this one thing. And we also are looking at the costs of a, you know, $50 million ice sheet, which is, you know, and in that study, we also contemplated improvements to the aquatic center, which are actually likely to be considerably more than what this project is. So I guess I just always have this concern that we're asking about one thing, but we're not really having people weigh in on their own priorities, and then that's our job to do. So one thing that I noticed in just looking at some of the information that we got out of the engagement was that those who participated in the study report using the outdoor pool more than our engagement with the aquatics study, which makes sense because generally people take the time to provide feedback on something that they're interested in, and we would expect that. And in looking at the information that we saw in the aquatic study, there was, I think it was about 52% of the respondents in that study said that they would not plan to use the outdoor pool. And it was only 4% for the aquatic center. So to me, that just tells me that one facility is of greater impact on the region. So that's one consideration. And I guess my question is, in looking at the answers on some of this demographic data and just, you know, how people weighed in, are there other aspects of the engagement that are not very, I mean, obviously we had way more women respond than men. And I'm not really quite sure what you could conclude from that, but just whether or not there was an analysis of other representation that might be skewed one way or the other. Yeah, when we analyzed kind of what we got back from the community there.
Yeah, there was, I mean, proportionately quite a large participation also by people who had children, and there was higher levels of support from people who had children, and is inherent with these open public surveys. There's an expectation that people who have vested interest are more likely to respond. Yeah, I mean, I think we can be clear about the fact that this isn't a statistically representative survey. It's a litmus test of kind of the state. It did reflect what we heard at the open houses, which were, especially in the Comox Valley farmers market, we were really getting everybody. I think the one piece that came out of both pieces of engagement that we see very clearly is that there is hesitation for sure on this topic. We see it reflected in the overall levels of support. Like, if I can't have the replacement pool, maybe I'd be okay with having a significant renovation to the swimming pool. But we definitely heard that from people who are putting stickies on a poster of what their favorite option was just the cost and the tax implications on their, you know, the estimated property tax implications. So there was also commentary about how this factors into the wider other projects that will have large capital implications for the region. So the public is thinking as heavily about this as the council is being asked to as well. If you know, there needs to be some decision that's made about this, and if the engagement, you know, this small piece of engagement doesn't provide enough background in terms of reaching out to people, there are other means to get statistically representative information and do, you know, other types of engagement that have been done on other studies. So yeah.
That actually leads me to a follow-up that I didn't know that I had when we were talking about this. But I guess the big piece for me is that in the other aquatics survey, which already is going to capture generally more people that use pools than not. So it's again, not a statistically representative sample. It looked like about 50% either had used the outdoor pool or along those lines. So I guess that makes me interested in the other 50%, whether or not they still recognize the value in the facility. And my question is, did we look at any analysis in that engagement of people that answered that they don't use it, and whether or not there's support in that group for replacement?
That was an interesting point, is that there was similar levels of support from people who rarely or never use the pool, as people who frequently use the pool or claim to. A lot of people claim to use it a lot. And I don't know if that's true, but outdoor pools, they have a bit of an aura about them. So it feels like even if you went once in the summer, like you went many times. So that's not surprising in terms of engagement as well. Yeah.
That's helpful. Thanks.
And maybe you brought your dog, we got beluga. So.
Maybe that was that time.
Hang on, I see that Susie's got her mic on.
Thank you through the mayor to Councilor McCollum. I'll just add on that in the previous outdoor pool engagement, it was the same response where folks who did not use the pool in the last 2 years had the same level of support for the outdoor pool. Like there was just no difference in how they answered the questions as compared to those who used it regularly, which was in a way surprising to see that level of support was consistent across usage patterns.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Paul Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to ask a bit about the information we were sharing at the outreach regarding the cost. And obviously we have the dollar total. And I think even for people who are professionals in the field like us, it's hard to know what 14 versus 31 million means. And it's helpful on the slides and things like page 25 and 23 and 27 of the report. It has an estimated tax increase, which says, like for renovate, says 27 to 74%, $74 per home. And for the replacement, it's 44 to 119 per home. And the difference between 27 and 44 isn't a huge amount. But those lower numbers all have an asterisk saying that's assuming CVRD support. So that's a pretty considerable amount of support from the CVRD that we're assuming. Is there an actual dollar figure that we assumed? Is it, I would guess, 27 to 74 is roughly just over a third? Are we assuming that they'll pay roughly 2/3 of the cost? And if so, is that a reasonable thing projection to make for people to draw opinions from?
Mr. Lagenmeyer.
Good question. I can answer that. That's modeling the current recreation facility cost share. So as if the CVRD were to put the outdoor pool within their sheets of ice and aquatic center function.
Oh, so if and sorry, you'll have to clarify. The outdoor pool does not receive support from the CVRD, but is not supported to that level.
I believe.
Is it?
It gets some support, but
it gets some support.
Mr.
But is
Garrett?
it the majority of it?
Like get some support, but it's not supported at the same level as if it were to be within the recreation function of the CVRD.
So this makes the assumption that the Recreation Commission would fund it at the same level it would any other project anywhere else in the Comox Valley, like at the I'm just trying to understand how that's.
Yeah,
so
that's correct.
That's the assumption.
As if it was treated like the other pools in the valley.
Okay. And was that the information that was shared, that when people said what their favorites were and what they thought was a good idea and they're weighing costs versus benefits, were those the numbers they were looking at? Because I think it is a fairly considerable assumption that the CVRD would contribute to that.
Yeah, so the posters, the open house boards that were also included along with the survey, they showed the breakdown and the range, and they were very clear what the cost would be if it was borne entirely by the city of Courtenay and what the estimated property tax increase for an average household would be if it was shared.
Just like it is in the report.
Just like it
It's
is in the report, yeah.
So, okay, so it's exactly
Yeah.
the same.
So my slide deck does not have that, so I apologize. It's not
No.
the same level of information, yeah.
And sorry, can I ask one follow-up, which is that if it was supported by the CVRD, obviously people in Courtenay also live in the CVRD, so was that included and it still only worked out to be $27? Because they pay a Courtenay share, and if it's a CVRD, owned asset. I'm just trying to figure out how this very low number emerges.
So is it so if we took that one that's 24, if it's Comox Valley, or 65, it's just Courtenay, is the 24 that's Comox Valley plus a little bit.
Is that
more.
all in, or is that just the all of your taxes at both levels that go towards this pool? Is that all in?
That would be the all-in price on an average home in Courtenay for the pool if the entire region took part in funding the outdoor pool.
And the city did not fund it, it would be the region that funded it.
That is correct.
It's 100% region funded.
Yeah. 100%
Okay, all right.
regional funded, and that's
Okay.
That's the city region, Comox region, all regions.
Gotcha. Okay, that's useful clarity.
Mr. Garvin.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, that is, to quote my colleague, Chris Davidson, that's an excellent question. We have been having significant dialogue around the regional benefit, and the engagement said this is regionally very important. So not presuming whatever direction council is going to give in a few minutes, it will be very important is how we are going to pay for this and the value regionally. We have worked very closely together interregionally in the aquatic study that the city participated in, and then our own engagement on this. And so that is a very critical factor that we would be looking to have this treated as a regionally funded item. And it is also common in other regional districts that it could be a service delivered by a municipality funded by the region, but that is a change that would have to be made, and that would be dialogue that would have to happen amongst the region. There are lots of examples of that in British Columbia, and that's one of the excellent flexible components of regional district governance, and I think it's something that's quite unique and special.
Right, thanks for that. And Councillor Moore.
Thank you. Well, I note in the report that I believe it was 20% of Comox residents said that they preferred the replace. So 20% of 32 million is 6,400,000 just for Comox's portion. Anyway, my question's around the splash park, and I know it's not included in this, but if we go with replace, then it would be relocated. And I believe that the funding for the current splash park, did it all come from Rotary, or because again, that would be an additional cost, and I don't think we'd want to forfeit the splash park because it's extremely well used, especially during heat dome. So I'm just wondering what that would add to the cost,
Ms. Saunders.
replacing the splash park.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Morin. I know the Rotary contributed to the splash park, but I don't believe they paid for the entire splash park. I was not here when it was installed, so I couldn't even estimate what the cost of it was. We do have in the capital plan to do a park plan for Lewis and Sims, I believe in 27 or 28. And so there is an intention to look at the entire park and all the facilities in the park and make recommendations on that. There is funding for the replacement of the playground at Lewis Park because it is nearing end of life or at end of life. And so it is, I think, the sort of number 3 or 4 on the list of playground renewals. So there is funding in the capital plan tentatively earmarked for that. There is not funding in the capital plan currently for the replacement of the spray park. So that would be an additional cost that's not currently estimated. And I would hate to ballpark a number because there's so many considerations to make, and it really depends on the size and scope and where it's located and infrastructure. That water park was put in, 10, 15 years ago now. So it's, it probably has another 10 maybe years in it. So it would be coming up for renewal in the next little while, but relocating it is more expensive, of course, than renewing it. So there isn't budget for the replacement of the water park, but there are for the other features as well as the park planning process.
Yeah, just sort of related somewhat is the timeline for replacing or repairing. How long would the pool would not be able to be used, and that would include the splash park. So you'd be without that amenity for a significant amount of time.
So, I mean, it's a seasonal facility, so we kind of talk about impact in terms of seasons.
Yeah.
The repair and the renovate option, because they're smaller projects, are more likely to only impact one season. There is risk that we saw at our new pool that we put in Coquitlam, that we actually lost 2 swim seasons due
Right.
to lack of labor.
Yeah, so with the replace, you're gonna lose 2 seasons.
That's not a given, because
No,
you
but
could
I mean,
easily, you
potentially
could
could
imagine at
lose.
the end of one season beginning construction, but there's greater risk of that happening, that occurring. Yeah.
And because you're losing the splash park, you're losing both, whereas with the repair, you're still gonna have the splash park. Okay.
Excellent. Adam, did you have
No,
a comment?
thanks.
Are you okay?
I'm okay.
You're okay? Yeah, and in my recollection, I think I moved here 22 years ago and the splash park existed then. So it might be 25, 30 years old maybe. And I could find out fairly quickly. So within the next day or so. But I do think it's maybe a little bit older than maybe we think. Mr. Garbett.
Or just, we have a cow meeting, 2 cow meetings next week. We could find out the funding arrangements for the splash park. We can report back about that. We will do our best to answer that question. Ms. Saunders is not going to be joining us there, but we'll do our best to find that information on costs.
Yes, sorry, thank you through the mayor. Just to follow up on Mr. Garbett's comments, there is no regional funding for the splash park. And I think, Mayor, you're correct. It is older than I estimated. And we can find some estimates on the cost, but looking at a recent splash park, they can be $2 million. They can be $500,000. So it'll depend on the scope and scale and infrastructure. So I think there's still a lot of planning involved in all of that.
Excellent. And if I recall correctly, I think the city has engaged with some of the Rotary clubs to talk about potential things in the future, and maybe a new splash park is on the list. So, Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I had some questions just more around the immediate financial implications. Should we proceed with option 1 in the report? Part of that is to include funding for the preferred option in our 2026 financial plan. And I'm wondering what are the, we've talked a lot about the greater capital costs here, but what kind of funding would we be looking at for proceeding with some more detailed analysis on the option in front of us?
Thanks for that question. To the mayor, to Councillor McCollum, we're not asking for any additional money this coming year. We'll carry forward remaining money from this project to complete some additional work if we need it. And then the intent to get the construction costs into the capital plan would be that we can also start looking at grants. So oftentimes having the project included in your capital plan is a prerequisite for applying for grants. So that's the goal with that.
Okay, that makes good sense. That's good to hear. I'm just going to ask another one because that was a short question. The other, it's kind of it's along the same lines of just next steps. In terms of, when we refine what we're looking at and it goes on to the next step of looking to our regional partners for support, how do we envision that and maybe this is getting ahead of ourselves, but I guess my question is kind of around timing, like when do we expect that ask to occur? I think that's going to be a really critical, I'm not sure how far down this road we want to get before we know that answer and how much money we want to spend on something. Because for me, it's pretty clear that if this isn't regionally supported, I'm not in support either. I don't think that the city of Courtenay can afford this project without that question answered. So I am hesitant to spend too much on that first piece without getting clear on what the next piece is. And how we imagine that ask, like, are we asking to bring this into a new service? Because that's a longer process than asking for an expansion of how it's currently being funded, which is obviously a much smaller amount of money. So yeah, just wondering about those two things.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor McCollum. The recommendation in the report is to direct staff to come back with options for how to pursue that conversation with the regional district. There are a few options. One is actually bringing it into the recreation function within the regional district. And then there's a couple of ways that both capital and operating could occur from there. Other options include just a capital contribution towards the project, or there is direction from the Rec Commission to enter into a funding and operating agreement on an ongoing basis for the operations of the pool. So any of those conversations, I would estimate, will take many months of significant work on both parties. I can understand the preference to determine the region's support for a project before proceeding. I will just offer that the pool has little to no life left in it. And we have a directive from Island Health to make a decision on the future of the pool, or they will consider closing it. So I would just caution around too many delays, because we are at the end of life with the pool. We will either end up with unplanned service disruptions and closures, or forced ones. Our Island Health directive was to come up with a plan by the end of last year. They've been gracious and given us an extension, but they are expecting that we will have direction for the future of the pool very shortly, one way or the other. And I do expect that a conversation with the regional district will take many, many months. But we will come back, if council directs us to, with some options for that on how you would like staff to pursue that and what that would look like. And then, of course, give us direction to engage in that conversation with the board or the Rec Commission.
Great, that makes good sense. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thank you. I had a similar question, sort of following on from sort of that, how we'd approach the regional district. If we were to choose option one, which is putting this into the budget, I assume that given we haven't heard anything from the regional district, this would be to put the entire sum of, if it was rebuild, to be $32 million into our budget. I'm hesitant to do that because I don't believe that at $32 million, this is probably the right decision for the city in terms of value. But if we did have that stronger regional support, then it could be a more plausible. I'm not sure if this is something maybe we'll take up next week in the committee of the whole when we're talking about the budget, because whether we include 32.6 million or not is going to dramatically change the kind of discussion we have. And at this point, we really don't know. Maybe the regional district might take the whole thing and bring it into the service, or maybe we're ending up paying for the whole thing. But until we're more certain, it's difficult to figure out how that should enter our budget. Looks like the city manager's got some thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. That we do have conversations at our committee of the whole. Ultimately, we've been working along on this process, looking for council direction. We've proceeded along. It'd be ideal to get direction on one option, and then we could always pull back if it doesn't result in a positive with the CVRD. Also, council may recall, because we have been talking about the concepts of aquatic facilities at the CVRD, that they have asked the city to go back and provide a decision. I believe if maybe I would defer to my colleague Ms. Saunders to actually be clear.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, just sort of recollecting all the conversations we've had with the RD and the Rec Commission over many years of work on the aquatic strategy. The regional district and the Rec Commission and staff have asked us as staff and the city to come back with a decision on the pool to then enable them to make decisions on their participation in that. That was the most recent conversation we've had, especially in light of the operating agreement around funding, is that they are looking for the city to make a decision on the future of the outdoor pool, and then they can respond accordingly. So they have requested that. I think it, just echoing the city manager's comments, staff's recommendation is that council gives direction to staff to proceed with a particular direction and path so that we can proceed both with design and refinement and scope refinement, because all of that will take a significant amount of time, as well as that also approach the regional district around funding and to be applying for grants. Without that decision point on a specific direction, our ability to apply for grants as well as advance the design in a timely enough fashion to address the pool issues becomes quite narrow and quite limited, and poses a risk around the pool closing, either intentionally or unintentionally. And so just offer that as a bit further context as to why a recommendation is to choose a specific direction to allow staff to focus on advancing that particular option.
And just before you turn your microphone off, looking through there's a few and that's in the recommendation. Would it make sense to have an extra and that this get referred to the regional district, or is it wait until it's all planned out?
It's already through the mayor to.
Oh, well, then I
it's
missed
already
that
in there.
part.
Yes,
I'm not wearing my glasses, but
that's okay.
my apologies. All right. With that, we'll go.
Or just one slight clarification on the addition to the budget. If we were to proceed with option 3, but truly any option, we would put the construction costs in the year that it was going to be constructed. So we wouldn't have the construction costs, say, in next year's budget. So if for the replacement option, it would be likely in the 2028 financial year in the upcoming budget.
Right. So the engagement, because what I was thinking is we refer, whereas this actually talks about engagement, which is, so in my mind, those are kind of two different things. Where one we're doing right away, the other one we're kind of doing at some point. So yeah, okay, thanks for clarifying that. It's much appreciated. Councilor Warren.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I know that you folks did the Monday pool as well. And actually people have contacted me about that pool and said, that's such a nice pool. And I believe it was around the same cost as what's being proposed. And I was curious if there was any kind of takeaways from that project. Obviously, it's not on a floodplain, but any takeaways, and also in terms of any grants that they received or anything like that. And then, of course, we are hopeful that the feds are saying that they are going to cough up some money for infrastructure, but who knows? So yeah, anything that you can take away from that project that could be relevant?
I'll get your microphone back on.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, my colleague is presenting at the Ripple Effects Conference tomorrow on the topic from both the architectural and mechanical piece. I think one of the biggest takeaways from the project was that there wasn't a lot of conversation between different departments, and the climate manager wasn't entirely aware about the project and the fact that they could meet their climate action budget or GHG reduction targets in one facility as opposed to doing 40. So these are very high energy users, especially outdoor pools. So with the introduction of an air source heat pump and pool covers are definitely planned for this new facility and have been costed in. There was a huge decrease in the energy use for the project. When we inherited the project, it had already gone through a feasibility study, and that was used to get both provincial and federal grant funding for the project. It was before the GICB grants that came out. This would be an excellent candidate for those grants programs because they're focused on accessibility and energy reduction, predominantly GHG reduction. We just underwent a GICB grant application for the Ravensong Aquatic Center, and we were successful on that. We got over $7 million of funding, but it did not pass referendum. So the wider IDN voted against that project for a variety of reasons. And now that's being the attempt, or the direction we've gotten from that board is to convert, or is to go back to the GICB and try to use that funding towards a renovation for that facility. So they're great candidates for grants, both provincial and through BC Hydro or Fortis. There's lots of grant programs out there that are worthy of reviewing. I think another project risk that it was impacted that project was archaeological. The area that wasn't disturbed previously, that we did extend into, there was many fines, and that extended to the timeline for the project, and incurred a lot of additional costs associated with that. So, because those are two big takeaways. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moore and Councillor Frisch.
Thanks again, Mayor. So I'm trying to figure out, of course, I want the pool. There's no doubt about that. Looks really nice. But is it cost effective, like for a recreational program? And just some quick math, I may be wrong on this, but if it's gonna cost us $1 million a year and we're getting, maybe we get 24,000 visits because it's up 30% from 18,000, it's like $40 a visit. And I wonder how that compares to our other recreational programs. And I'm looking at you, but I know that the answers might be somewhere else. I don't think you have them at your fingertips, but I'm trying to figure out, like, if someone goes to the Lewis and, takes a program or uses a squash court, like what's the cost of that visit? And I think this pool, it's highly skewed because it's only open for, I don't know, remind me, is it 2 months, 3 months? Like, if we stretch that out, we put it on a building inside, we'd get 12 months out of it. Like, how would that change the math? Yeah, that's kind of the stuff I'm thinking about. I don't know if there are any comments from staff or yeah, our consultant here. Is that a lot of money? Is $40 a visit a lot? I know it costs like $7 to ride the bus, right? Nobody realizes that.
Not for a swimming pool.
Okay.
Swimming pools are definitely the most the most costly or one of the most costly per capita in terms of user visits. And most communities, across Canada, and that it's one of their kind of biggest expenses from a recreation perspective. There are many, many more cost-effective ways per visit that you can deliver recreation. But in Canada specifically, we in most of North America, it's seen as kind of a community amenity that is desirous and is expected. Maybe I'll pass it over.
Thanks.
Thank you, through the mayor to Councillor Fish. I don't have specifics on comparables with our other recreation facilities. It's something I can spend some time looking at to see if I can come up with some estimates. I mean, when we look at our recreation fees and charges framework, and we were looking at just the cost of providing an hour of space in a recreation center, depending on that space, we're talking anywhere from $20 to $50 to $150 or $200 per hour for a space. Now, you could fit more than one person in there, but that's just the cost of providing space. That doesn't include sort of programs and instructors, et cetera. Just to Kate's point, aquatics is the most highly subsidized recreation service that a municipality offers. And they do that for the public good, for drowning prevention, for skill development, for leisure and recreation. There's also, when you look at a pool such as the design in the replace option, where you're seeing a larger leisure component, the most expensive of the expensive parts of offering aquatic services is your lessons, because you have ratios of staff to children. And so you can only take so many kids and you need minimum staff requirements. The most cost-effective service you can offer is that leisure swim, where you have a couple of lifeguards and you could have 200 people using that pool. So there are ways, and especially through pool design, to maximize the leisure component of the pool, to maximize the usage so that you have the most people possible using the space for the longest time possible. And so that replace option does increase our usage and would make it more cost efficient. But at the end of the day, it's a decision of council to provide aquatic services, and they're always going to be the most expensive thing that any municipality offers.
Right, and as discussed earlier or mentioned earlier, is that we can sort of head down this road for now, feel out the RD, do some more detailed costing. Is that correct? Is that kind of the plan or and timeline and so on? And then, yeah, I mean, it's still painful, but I'll let some others speak.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Gillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just share a few thoughts. There's part of me that would move to decommission the pool. We live in an area that allows people to swim in rivers, lakes, and the ocean, which is pretty remarkable. But having said that, I know what an amazing community asset this is, and I think there is general support for it. Although we may find that out, we're moving into an election year, and you know, it would be an interesting question to take to the voters. But based on the recommendations, the one is that we make a decision, direct staff to proceed with the option. Fair enough. That needs to be done in order for everything else to flow. The second is further analysis, and we've been told that there's funding in the existing budget to do that. So that's not a big deal. Including in the financial plan, it still shows up. So, you know, we have to factor it in when we're looking at tax rates for the next 5 years. That's a bit of a problem, optics. And then we have the crucial one, that we need to get the regional funding. And to me, that's, I agree with Councillor McCollum, that's essentially where the issue lands and falls. Staff look into grant opportunities. I mean, it seems to me that we start going down this road, it's not going to cost us any more than we've already committed in the budget to the design options work. And we find out whether there's a willingness to take it on at a regional level. And at that point, we either go ahead or we pull back. And that's how I see it. So, thanks.
All right, thanks for articulating that, Councillor Gillian. More lights have gone on, so I'll pass it over to Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Hillian's comments. I think it's worth us going down the road of exploration. You can always pull back and get the answers to some of those questions around regional support. I think, you know, we've brought these things up before, but many of the reasons for the survey, you know, the feedback being the way, getting the feedback that we did was based on things like accessibility issues. Being in the water is one of the most accessible things anyone can do. 25% of the respondents were seniors. Not everybody can swim in a swift river, not children. I mean, I lost my granddaughter floating down the river one summer. Did get her back though.
Thanks for concluding that.
Yeah, first life-saving lesson for family member. But, you know, I mean, part of this design is around accessibility is a huge piece of it. I know we did have folks who we get comments from the community around accessibility all the time. And it is one of those things that, you know, not everybody can go mountain biking or play squash but almost everybody can get into the water and move around. So to me, it's an important amenity, especially in the summer with climate change and the heat domes. We obviously need to decide how much money whether we want to repair or replace or whatever, but I don't see it as being off the table. And I think that, you know, we do have a significant portion of the survey respondents who were from outside of Courtenay and are supportive. So I think it's worth, you know, going down the path of exploring what that support really is, and hope that the trend of getting grants is that we can count on that and see what happens from there. Thanks.
Thanks for those comments. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor. I agreed overall with what Director Hillian said, and I think to me the thing to consider is that if the regional district is like, I guess one question, perhaps one thought to put out there first is, I wonder what would have happened if during the survey we had asked people if they would prefer that the same amount of money be spent on a or an investment be put into an indoor pool. Perhaps it might need to be smaller because it obviously would be indoors rather than outdoors, so there's more infrastructure there. But because an indoor pool, of course, is available 100% of the time, and the outdoor pool is approximately 15 weeks a year that it's open, which is 28% of the time. And I think particularly if you're someone who supports accessibility, as I do, and I agree with you, Director Morin, is like, then it would, if I needed accessible swimming, I would want a pool that was indoors and was open all the way through the year, not for a short stretch of time. So I think one of the tricky things, we never actually ask people what they would prefer, given that government is about choosing and we can't sadly provide all the facilities everyone would like. And I think that if we find that there isn't regional support for this, I think we do have to come back and take a kind of like a harder look at the options. But for now, I won't move the recommendation because there's another couple more lights on, but I can certainly support it for now. But I think when we hear back from our regional partners, we'll have a much more information to make a much more hard-nosed choice on this. Thanks.
Thanks for that. And Councillor McCollum. Oh, sorry, Ms. Saunders, did you want to make a comment? Because I'd made a comment, and then I think there may be some thoughts going on.
Sure, thank you through the Mayor. Just to follow up on Council Cole Hamilton's comments, we did not ask correctly if they had a preference for where they would spend their funds or whether indoor or outdoor, but we've heard consistently in the aquatic strategy, the outdoor pool engagement, and this most recent engagement, that residents who have responded feel that it's important that the Comox Valley have an outdoor pool specifically. So we have heard feedback from community that it's important that the Comox Valley retain an outdoor aquatic facility. As we have not asked them to choose if they had to pick one, but we have heard loudly support for an outdoor lifeguarded swimming space. And recognizing that we are surrounded by water and we have incredible natural swimming experiences available, the provision of safe, accessible water experiences is extremely important to preventing drownings in those natural water spaces, especially for newcomers, children, and others who are new to water, or even young people looking for places to cool down or hang out with their friends. Providing spaces where they can do that safely and are not at risk of drowning is a significant strategy for a community to consider, especially when surrounded by water.
If I could add just 2 points of clarification, just so that it's clear. In terms of cost, to build indoor aquatics versus outdoor aquatics, for kind of the same water area, it would be at least double the cost to provide the same water area. And we did a similar study. You can see Pitt Meadows looked at that, providing replacement for their 90-year-old outdoor pool facility versus putting in their own standalone. They don't have any indoor aquatic facilities in Pitt Meadows. In terms of aquatics provision in the region, it was clear. It was defined, and I can just reiterate today, for the size of the community, like considering all of the Cumberland, Comox, and Courtenay areas, there is much more aquatics provision, indoor aquatics provision, than is typical across the province, especially given that there's also a pool on the base. So there's 2 for the region, and typically you'd only see about 1 indoor facility for the region.
So thanks for that clarification. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think this has been a really useful discussion. I have, it's hard to land on, a strong direction at this point. It's such a large investment, and there are quite a few unknowns still. And, I would agree with what Councillor Hillian outlined, that the recommendation that we have in front of us, given what we know right now, makes sense. As I pointed out earlier, the engagement, it's hard to know from who takes the time to engage what the people that didn't participate think. But for those who are interested in this topic, it's pretty clear that replacement is what people want us to invest our time and money into exploring and perhaps advancing. So that makes me more comfortable. I do think, as we move through this process, if there is, grant funding from higher levels of government that comes through, that will help build, hopefully more support, and we'll have to see what is, decided at the regional table, and we just can't get to that, without moving, through with this step. So, I think I'm the last one to speak here, so I'll move the recommendation as it's written on the screen.
All right, it's been a great conversation, so appreciate all that. And with that, all those in favor? And motion carries. And we can move on to our management reports from November 2025. All right. And what we normally do is go through the management reports by section. So we can start with the first one. If there's any questions that have to do with infrastructure and environment, Mr. Davidson can answer them. Are there any questions on that one? See none. That was easy. Next we'll go on to, yeah, no, jump. That's why we're here.
I did notice that there were a few projects that were on time and under budget. And I actually put it in a social media post because we get so much flack about what's over budget. So I didn't mention your department specifically, but I thought that was a positive thing in this report, that there were, I think, at least 4 or 5 projects that were on time and under budget. So good work.
And just to follow up on what Council Martin was saying, you know, the ones that say that they are delayed generally, and I like the fact that they're articulated as to why, and so that articulation often was a staffing challenge, and so I just wondered if there's like a staffing plan or HR plan around that, or if things are kind of back on track, just to maybe get an update on that. And
Yes, thank you for the question through the CAO to Mayor and Council. Yes, we do have a plan in place. I can happily say that staff have now been fully backfilled across all the groups, which was a bit of an effort this year. It was surprisingly bad year for staff being impacted and a little bit of turnover. Going forward, we do have some other strategies in place to help manage staff workloads and open up some other options to us should we need additional capacity if we do see further staff turnover.
excellent, fantastic. And I also really like the fact that things are highlighted yellow, but that's my own little thing. So, sorry, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Much as I hate to prolong this, there is an item to do with the east-west multi-use path connector. And it says Mott not supportive. Then it lists it as 100% of the task complete. So I'm a bit confused about that. Is that new information? And does that mean that 100% of the task was finding out whether Mott was supportive, and now that they're not, we're abandoning it?
And Mr. Garbutt's got his light on as well.
And thanks through the mayor to Councillor Hillian. And so we've been discussing the east-west connector for a period of time. Councillor Frisch had raised it in some conversations we had during the strategic planning check-in. So the Ministry of Transportation, that the implication is that they are not going to be undertaking the work on the enhancements to the Dyke Road adjacent to Superstore, which results in us making the east-west connector very well impossible as originally envisioned with the Tunner Drive work. And so then we will be refocusing in on the Ryan improvements that for active transportation. So 100% complete, and then it's not achievable. We've been looking to have some dialogue with the Ministry of Transportation and Transit, making a representation to council on that. And so they have been otherwise occupied. So they're going to be providing that to us in writing and talking to council about their transportation initiatives.
And you have follow-up?
Thanks. Just to be clear, you're saying they've abandoned any plans to do anything with the bypass between the 17th Street Bridge and Superstore? Is that what you're saying?
The mayor, I'm not sure I would say abandoned specifically. Right now, they have significant financial challenges as well as environmental management and implications of diking and I think that the term would be sort of climate, the implications of climate accommodation in that area has very significant operational, financial, and long-term maintenance issues in that area and capital. And they, at this point, they are not proceeding, but I wouldn't say abandoned would be that. And that's why we're trying to get some official stuff because this
Yeah.
is not the city's call.
That would be good because the reason I persist with it is because it's something that we've spoken to the community about as a long-term goal. You know, it connects with the 6th Street Bridge and all sorts of things related to it. So thank.
Yeah, and it's definitely been a project that the province has spoken to us several times about and how it's always on the horizon. It's around the next corner, as it were. So it's definitely something that we can either ask for a meeting at UBCM as well, or otherwise have a meeting before then, considering that's almost a year out. So I don't see any other questions on engineering. So the next one is rec, culture, and community services. So are there any questions on that section or that management report? And I don't see any questions, so we'll move on to the next one, which is corporate services. And are there any questions at all? I will just comment that the upgrade to Office 365, although I feel like it's complete, every now and again I feel like I'm getting a little whacked with some of the changes, but that is not a staff challenge. That's just technology. So I do appreciate staff doing that and the upgrade to the website as well, which is a long time coming. So I just want to comment on those. And lastly on the list is the city manager's office report. Any questions or comments on that one? And seeing none. All right, if someone would like to make a motion to receive. Oh, well, then we'll receive it unanimously, I think, considering it's pretty basic, and we'll move on to social media, focusing on communications, and I will pass it over to Ms. O'Connell.
Thanks very much, Council. So the briefing note or memo before you tonight is just advising Council of the city's change in operations, which is turning off of social media comments. We are the last within the region to take this action. It comes following similar actions being taken by a lot of municipalities across the province, and I suspect across the country for various reasons. And although there are lots of safety, like online and psychological safety considerations, really the catalyst for this one is looking at being able to reprioritize our staff capacity to those more high value engagements. Now that we've got the communication strategy and the engagement framework complete, there is a lot of expectation from the public around enhancing and expanding our communications and engagement work in order to mitigate the impacts of growth from taking on a higher level of service or doing more pieces. This is really about a trade-off. So how effective it was to be spending time hiding comments, responding to people, and typically the same people repeatedly. And that information isn't part of our engagement framework as far as how do we take that information and provide it to council for your decision-making processes. It did not come up during the engagement framework engagement as a way that people wanted to participate in government decisions. So really, this is about reallocation of staff time to avoid growth costs and also to meet the expectations that we heard from the public as to how they want to be communicated with and how they want to engage. And then also, and very importantly, but not necessarily as the driver, ensuring a safe space online for our staff that are engaging in that space on a regular basis. We did try rotating staff, so it wasn't the same person doing the monitoring every day. Unfortunately, the volume is just such that even spread across staff, it is still having an impact for sure. So happy to answer any questions, but really this one is to let council know we're following the practices of what's going on across the province, recognizing a trend in both online dialogue as well as the need to protect the psychological safety of our staff as under work site.
My apologies. I missed the last little bit of what you're saying. There's a bit of a distraction, but um, I'm really happy to see this come forward. I mean, I've been saying for quite some time, well, I would say probably close to 10 years, the value of that is quite low. And the fact that, and again, that the city did not block or ban certain repeat, what I would consider offenders, people who are acting well outside the norms of society as keyboard warriors. So I'm very happy to see this action taking place. And I'll pass it over to Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Well, I wanted to say I'm very supportive of staff's work on this and this move to not real. We don't really need to provide a platform for individuals to speak their mind because they already have that. Like they have their own social media accounts and they have, you know, anyone who wants to follow them and hear what they have to say is still completely available. And you're right. I think we need to put our efforts other places so that we can really communicate with the broader community. So yeah, I'll move. Sorry, there's no really recommendation to move other than receipt. I'll move receipt.
All right. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks. I just wonder how we're going to publicize this. It does say staff will inform the public press release.
Yes, the media release or the news alert went out on the website earlier last week before the agenda item was posted and advised of the shutdown of the comments, which took place last Friday. So that all has been completed already. We were wondering if we would receive a lot of comments back. It has been very minimal and as expected.
And I would say the comments that I've seen, because I noticed that they had been that's happened to been taken once again. For me, was seemed quite overdue. Anyone that I've seen who has had negative comments would also be the people that I would have blocked personally. So on that, really, again, just really appreciate that we've taken this step, Councillor Warren.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm really happy about this as well. Yeah, the only comments that can be made now are angry faces or happy faces. And, you know, I think we can generally deal with an angry face every now and then. You know, I went to the online harms conference recently. Staff helped me prepare for that with some awful examples of what they had to endure. And just today, one of the participants in that conference, you know, was getting violent messages towards them online, not on their municipal page, but on actually a political party's page, you know, threatening violence towards her. So, you know, it's long overdue and I'm really appreciative. And like you say, we're the last ones in the region. So it's not like we're the only ones doing this. And we have some great strategies to engage in a good way to get the feedback that we need. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Warren. And the motion is moved and seconded. So all those in favor? And that passes. And now we have the late item. And so I can pass it over to Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. As people will be aware, we received in our Friday correspondence package a letter, which I believe has been circulated to us today from Myrna Holman, who's the president of the Comox Valley Hospice Society, concerned about the impact of bed closures, 50% of their beds at the hospice, and asking us to write to the minister expressing our concern about this. We've had a number of other pieces of correspondence in the days since then. And I just want to preface what I'm suggesting by saying that not everybody may be aware what the long history of hospice is in this community, how incredibly hard a lot of people in the community work to establish the hospice organization and have it function before it actually moved into the facility at Oceanfront Village. And some of us were actually at the groundbreaking for Oceanfront Village, which was a project that was funded by the province as well as the private sector to provide that model of independent living and long-term care and a hospice facility. So it's a long-established service in the community. It's incredibly valued by the people who need to use it, as we all may eventually. And it's also incredibly well served by volunteers, one of whom happens to be my mother-in-law. But that aside, I'd like to propose that we do as we have been requested and join in solidarity with those in our community who are expressing concern about this. And I did draft a motion which is up on the board there. Should I read it?
If you feel like reading it, or you could move it.
I'll
Or
move
both.
it.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Councillor Hillian, for bringing this forward. I know this has been definitely the number one issue that I've been dealing with for the last week and a bit. Speaking with MLAs, the Minister of Health actually on this, the hospice community members, and even reaching out and talking with Golden Light where this actually happens. And so, you know, on the one hand, it's unacceptable this is happening, and at this point it is definitely the fact that it's temporary makes it slightly less of a frustration, but at the end of the day, I really like the fact that we're really trying to look to the future as well by saying let's separate these funds so we don't have long-term care beds fighting for the same dollars as hospice beds, because at the end of the day, that's basically what's happened here. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to speak in support of this motion and appreciate you bringing it forward. My understanding is that palliative care is actually better supported and somewhat, I guess it's free in other provinces in Canada. And I think we do find ourselves a little below the bar here in BC. And it's, I know it's hard to find those places for people in their final years or in their old age to live out their life in comfort. And so, yeah, as we all know, this is a huge issue. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And hopefully we don't get surprised by any other COVID funding that gets an end of life, unfortunately, like this one has, and get these kind of surprises, which can have significant impacts on our community. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. Again, thank you very much, Councillor Hillian. And we do have a council resolution for rise and report for the CBRD Water South Extension Project. All right. We've risen, we've reported. Moving right along, bylaw for first, second, and third readings, Council Procedure Amendment Bylaw 3201/2025. All right, any questions or comments? See none, all those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. Moving into council reports, Councillor Cole-Hamilton, Councillor Frisch, Councillor Hillian, Councillor Jolie-Cruz not here, Councillor McCollum, Councillor Morin. Excellent. Councillor Morin says that she has submitted reports that you can read at your pleasure. And I'll just mention a few things. One, Remembrance Day, as well as Métis flag raising, where we celebrated Louis Riel Day. The Moonlight and Magic, again, our community came out in droves, and it was great to see. And I had the absolute pleasure to congratulate retired Chief Warrant Officer Merrill Gregory on his 100th birthday, and it was a great week. With that, we have an in-camera resolution. All those in favor? Motion carries. We are adjourned.